This full-stack web development course is designed to equip you with the skills to create a robust, scalable task manager application from scratch. The course integrates the dynamic duo of Next.js and React on the front end with Prisma as the ORM for efficient database management using MongoDB. You'll gain a deep understanding of setting up your development environment, designing APIs, managing databases, and deploying a fully functional web application that efficiently handles real-world tasks. Wilson from The Code Dealer developed this course.
Hello everyone, in today's video we're going to be creating a to-do list application that says sign up and sign in. So here is the profile of the user that is currently signed in. We can click the user and then we're going to be able to sign out or manage the account. Also, we are going to implement a top loader here. So when I navigate to the important tasks, you're going to see there's going to be a loader here. Okay, and when I go to completed, you're going to see the tasks that are completed, and you're also going to see the loader as I navigate to other pages. Okay, and so this is the main page. We can create a new task. I'm going to say hello world, and then I'm just going to say hello world. Okay, world, and here I'm just going to set a random date, and then we can toggle if the task is completed or it's important. So I'm just going to make this important and completed. It's not going to be completed. So when I click create task, you're going to see there it is. The newly created task is going to be at the top, hello world. We can toggle completed. So when I click complete, as you can see, we have a toast that shows us the task has been updated. We can, update the task as well as many times as you want. We can also delete any of these tasks. When I delete, it's going to show us the task has been deleted. All right, and so when I go to the do it now page, you're going to see the hello world is going to be there. But when I click incomplete, it's no longer here, so it's completed. As you can see now, the hello world is now incompleted. Okay, and this project is also responsive. We can we can also edit the task from this button here as well. Okay, so to show you the project is responsive, I'm going to make the screen smaller. So I am going to select for iPhone 12 Pro. As you can see, it looks even good on iPhone. We can create task. We can, show the sidebar and hide the sidebar. Here's how it looks. Okay, it's really responsive. As you can see, the sidebar is going to be hidden on smaller screens. Okay, we have multiple ways to create the tasks. So we have add tasks and this button here. So this button is always going to be at the top. So when I make the screen even smaller, as you can see, it's always going to be at the top. So when you scroll all the way down here, you can still click and add a new task. You can open and close the sidebar. Okay, so that's it for the demonstration for this project. So I just want to show you why I was away. I was on holiday, and the other thing, I was also building my website. So it's still under development. So I'll just show you a quick demonstration. So here's the home page. All right, and we can toggle the light and dark mode. Okay, and we have the courses page, so it's loading. And here's the only video I have at the moment because I'm still testing. So you can, kind of sign up for if you want to see the video. Some resources. So if you want to see more, you have to sign in. Lessons, you can click any of these lessons. You can watch it on YouTube. You can view the source code, and we can go to the blogs. So this data is just random, so I was just testing how it would look and style this page, and this is how it's going to look like. Okay, I'm still making the content for this website, so maybe next year I should have a lot of content to put here. Let's say we want to we want to watch this video. So when I click, it's going to take us to the sign in page, and then let's sign in. So if, by the way, if you wanna send me an email about anything, just, you know my email already. Just go to the about section on YouTube. You can see my email, or you can see it when I signed in. There was my email there. So now we can go to courses, and I can click this video, and oops, we're going to be able to watch this video. Okay, and there's going to be the description here. We can also change the theme to a light theme. We can open the sidebar here. Oh, I need to fix this button here on the light theme so it doesn't show nicely here. So I'm just going to change this color here. We can now go back to the home page. We can go to the resources. We can see resources. We can filter these resources. Also the lessons, we can filter if we have a lot of lessons. I didn't put the filtering system on the blog section, but I'm still developing this website. I will let you know if there's more stuff that have been added. But if you want to check it out, just visit thecodedealer.com and you can check it out for yourself. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you in the video. All right, so I'm going to start by creating a new project. So go to the terminal, make sure you're in the folder which you want your project to be in. I'm going to run npx and then create and then next app. And then we're going to be using the latest version. So I'm just going to name this app my tasks. You can name this whatever you want. So you're going to be asked if you want to use TypeScript. You can select yes or no. It's up to you. I'm going to be doing yes. And then Tailwind CSS, yes. We're not going to be entirely using Tailwind CSS, but we might want to use some utility classes from Tailwind. So I'm just going to do yes. And then no for the source directory. And then yes for the app router. And then it's going to create the project for you. Just wait. It's going to take a few seconds depending on how quick your internet is. Okay. It should be done by now. Okay, so once it's done, you can cd into that folder, or you can manually open the folder like this and then select that folder and then select. Now we're in the folder. Let's go to the terminal. So in the terminal, we can run npm run dev. This should be in localhost 3000. So this is the final project. Okay. So it should be localhost 3000. Okay, it's taking time to compile. I'm going to close this. Okay, so let's go in the app directory in the page. We're going to collapse the main. First off, let's see if it's working. There it is. There's the starter page. I'm going to collapse the main and remove this. Okay, and then there's an empty main. Let's go to the global CSS. In the global, I'm just going to get rid of everything except the Tailwind utilities. Okay, so now it's empty. So let's see, what can we start with? Let's start with the global. Okay, so in here, I'm just going to set a background color and a font size and a default color of white in the body. Okay, so body like this. Actually, I think I will return back some styles here. I'll leave the root as it is and the media. I'll just get rid of stuff in the body. And then, why do I have auto completion? Okay, here I'm going to do background color. So this is the 1818. Okay, a black color, and then the default color is going to be white. Okay, so this is our nice background. I'm going to give it a height of 100 VH. Okay, that's for the body. So let's start with the sidebar and then we do the main content. So for the sidebar, I'm going to create some components. For styling, it's up to you. You can use Sass or you can use style components, but I'm very used to style components, npm. It's up to you what you use. So styled components. Okay, so what we need to do now is just work on the sidebar. Okay, so for the sidebar, let's create a new folder in here. It's going to be sidebar, and then we're going to create another component. It's going to be button. Okay, so let's start with the sidebar. Let's have a sidebar here, sidebar.tsx. So this is going to be a client component. So make sure you do use client at the top. We're using Next.js. Use client. Okay, so we should have a sidebar. So we want to render the sidebar. Okay, so where can we show this sidebar? Let's create a new folder. Let's name it providers. You can create it outside of this app directory, that's fine, but it's better to create it in the app directory. Okay, so let's go to the layout in here. Above the children, we're going to render the sidebar. Okay, so we should have a sidebar right here. Okay, sidebar. So we need to display flex the sidebar and the main content. So I'm just gonna go to the page. I'm just gonna say main content, wrong spelling, content. Okay, so there's sidebar and content. So we're going to display flex. So this is the sidebar and the content. So to do that, to display flex, we need to go to the layout, so the sidebar and the children. So we're going to put this in a wrapper. Okay, so the wrapper is going to be in the providers. I'm just going to name it global styles provider dot so the global style provider, it's a tsx file. Okay, global style provider .tsx, like that. So this is going to be use client as well. It's a client component. Okay, we're going to create a boilerplate like this. We're going to create an interface. Let's name it props. Okay, so it's going to be children in here. It's going to be the React node. So it's going to be our app, which is going to be the children. So here, children, and this should be a fragment. So make sure you destructure here, children from props. Okay, so we're going to wrap our entire application with a global provider. So if we go to the layout here, we need to wrap this with a global style provider like that, and then take this and wrap the children as well. Okay, so whatever styles we put in the global are going to be reflected in the entire application. So here I'm going to say const global. You can name it global styles. Styles equal to styled, and then dot div like that. Style.div. Shift. For some reason, My escape button is not working. Okay. I'm using a gaming keyboard, so it doesn't have these temporary literals. So I have to hold Shift, Alt, and Escape to do this. So it wasn't working. Okay, so you take this and put it here. Okay, so make sure you import styled from style components like this if you're using style components. Okay, so to see if this is working, we can do background and then let's set it to red. So as you can see now, the background is set to red. That means it's working. So in here, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give it a padding, top and bottom. I'm just going to set that to 2.5 RAM, and then I'm going to do display flex, and then gap. I'm going to set the gap to 2.5 RAM as well, and then I'm going to set the height to 100%. Let's save. Okay, so there it is. So now we just need to go back to the sidebar. Here we're going to do const sidebar styled. We're going to style this sidebar equal to styled. So for the sidebar, this should be, well, I think this a nav. Okay, we can do style.nav like that. Oops. Okay, style.nav. So make sure you import styled from style components like that. Oops. Import styled from style components. Copy this and replace this wrapping div. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we need some variables for our colors. So just in case we want to change this to light, dark mode, whatever color you want to change. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to introduce some variables. Okay, so what I'm going to do for that, I'm going to provide you with a file which has variables. So some of these variables, we're not using them. So these are the variables I'm using for codedealer.com. So this is my website. I'm using these variables here. So I was a bit lazy to kind of, so here we have light and dark mode. Okay, so these variables you're going to see here are the variables that I used here. Okay, so now this website is still under development, by the way, so it might be a bit slow to your taste. So we have lessons, we have resources and stuff. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take those variables which I used in that project. I'm going to create a new folder, not inside components, but inside app. I'm just going to name this context. I'm just going to copy a file here called themes. So these are just variables for the colors, but we're not going to be using a lot of these variables. Okay, so we're just going to be using a few. Okay, so the ones we're not using, you can remove them later on. Okay, so here is just an object. So we have a default. This should be like a dark mode. That's the default. And then we have a light mode. You can add as many themes as you want. So this is just an array of objects that has color variables in there. Okay, so we have name, color, whatever. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we're going to be creating a global context provider. I'm just going to say global. You can name it global context provider or just global provider. That's entirely up to you. Okay, provider.js. Okay, so now in here it's going to be a client component, also going to be a client. So in the global, we're going to create context for the updating and the actual context. Okay, so here we have importing the create context and use state. Okay, we also need to use context. So we're going to be creating export const global, should be global context. This goes to create context, and then export const global update context, just in case we want to update this context. And then we're going to do export const global provider. The children, we're going to wrap, it's going to be our entire application, so we're going to wrap with the global provider. And then here we're just going to return. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of this global state. Okay, so we have the update. Okay, so we have the context provider. The value here is not going to be the global state. We're going to pass some values here later on. So the first one we need is theme, which is going to be the variables of our colors. So that's the theme. That's why I'm using theme. But we haven't created the theme state yet. So we need to create a state for the theme. Okay, so I'm going to say const. It's going to be selected theme. So the selected theme by default is going to be 0, 1, because arrays are 0 index based. So if you remember, our colors is an array of objects. So 0 is the first object and the variables within there. So that's the first theme, 0. If you have another theme, it's going to be 1. The second one is going to be 1, and so on. Okay, so so we have the selected theme set to 0, and then I'm going to do const theme equal to themes. We need to import themes and then select a theme. So by default, the theme is going to be the first. So the themes, this is an array. Themes, it's an array, and then the selection is going to be 0. That's the index here in the state. And then we are putting that to the state, which is selected theme, which is 0. If we shift that to 1, if we update the state, it's going to be 1. It's going to be the next theme. Okay. So we're setting that value here. So for us to be able to use these values, we need to go to the providers. We need to create another one called context provider, because the page, the layout, this is a server component provider. So we cannot use the client. Well, we can use the client like states, like use effect or use state in here. The component must have use client at the top for us to be able to use that. Okay, so tsx context provider.tsx use client React functional component and export. We're going to do interface props. Interface props. So here we're going to do children. It's going to be a React node. And then here going to be the children. So we need to do global provider. Global provider. And make sure you import global provider. And then wrap the children like that. Get rid of the div. Okay, so like that. So now we should be able to have access to the state, but we haven't wrapped our entire application yet with this context provider. So go to the layout and we need to wrap this with the context provider. Okay, so I'm going to do context provider like that, and then wrap. Perfect. So how do we know if it's working? Well, if you remember, in the global provider, we are sending theme as a value. So we need to get this value, the theme. Okay, so let's see what the theme, this theme is. So here, when we have over, it shows you what it has. So let's go to the sidebar. So for us to get theme, we need a way for us to get, this theme. Okay, so for us to get that theme, we need to create 2 more functions. Okay, we need 1 function to get the theme, but we need 1 function to update and 1 to get whatever values here we are sending. Okay, and for the updating as well. So for us, we need to export. For us to be able to use the context, export const. We're going to be use global state. Okay, and then it's going to return a use context. Okay, so it's a function returning use context, and then we're going to be using the global context. Okay, so now we're good to use the values we're sending here, but just in case we want to update, we need to do the same thing for the global update, and then we're going to be using the global update context. Okay, so for us to be able to access these values, we need to get them from use global state. Okay, so what we need to do, go back to the sidebar, we can say const, let's destructure, we need to get the theme, okay, equal to use global use global state. I hate this auto completion. It should, okay, global state, it should be coming from let's do it up and then slash context global provider. Okay, so now let's COG this. What issue do we have here? Theme. Okay, so let's go back. The theme, we're sending theme here. Global state, let's go back to the sidebar. Let's click this. Okay, this is rather weird. Okay. I'm just trying to see why the theme is not working. Undefined. Okay, let's try this. Go back to sidebar. Let's do context. Context. Let's see what we have. Context. Okay, so it's undefined. So we must have done something wrong. So let's go to the provider. Okay, so yeah, this is, oops, context provider. It should be global provider like that, the one coming from the context, not global. I didn't notice I was using global style provider. Okay, so this should be global provider like that. So if we go back to the sidebar, if I save, set global state. Okay, go back. So here, I'm just going to set it as an empty object for now. Okay, so now if I go back to the sidebar, as you can see now, we have an object which is a property of theme at the moment, but we are going to destructure this. We only want to get the theme, and then let's see this in the console. As you can see now, we have those variables for the colors. Okay. By the way, I'm using an extension called Console Ninja, so I don't need to go to the browser to check the console. I can see it from here without going in the browser. Okay, so now let's begin the styling. So for us to be able to access this, the theme styles, not the styles, I mean the variables, in the styles, we're going to pass this as a prop in here. We're going to name it theme, and then we pass the theme. We're going to be able to access it here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start by giving it a width, okay, a width and a height. So for the width, I am going to do props. Okay, so the props that we have. So we have props. We're going to do props dot theme dot sidebar width. Okay, so this is we have a variable called sidebar width. Okay, let's check it out. Let's inspect the sidebar to see if it has the width. Okay, as you can see now, it has the width. Nice, that's pretty good. So sidebar width, what we're going to do now, I'm going to give it a position of relative, and I am going to give it a background color. Background, it's going to be props dot theme. So the color I'm going to give it is going to be color bg2. Okay, so props, and then the prop what we want is called theme, and then the variable is color bg2. And then I'm going to give it a border. So the border is going to be 2 pixels solid, and then the color is going to be border color number 2, I believe, border color 2, that's the variable name. And then I'm going to give it a border radius of 1 rem, like that. So there it is. Okay, so seems like inspect. Okay, so we want to display flex these items, so the nav and the main. Okay, we want to display flex that. So now we need to go back to the global styles provider. So that's where we need to do the display flex. Okay, actually we have a display flex here, global styles. Let me see why it won't be working. Inspect. Global style provider. Let's go back to the layout. Okay, so I don't know why it's not working. Okay, open this. Global styles. I have no idea why it's not working, but it should have a flex. Let me inspect this. So okay, so like this, it should have a flex, which is weird. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, let's leave it for now. Okay, actually, let's try to restart this project. Let's see why it's not working as intended. Okay, so let's refresh. Okay, I think I might know why this is an issue. So let's go to the context provider. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a use effect. Okay, so I'm going to go here. I'm going to create a state. I'm going to say is ready. Set is ready. So here I am going to do react .useEffect. So I'm only going to display when the page. Okay, so when the page is fully loaded, so I'm going to set timeout. Set timeout after 200 milliseconds. After 200 milliseconds, and then I'm going to set is ready to true. Okay. If it's not ready, I'm just going to return no, and then I'm gonna save. Okay, nice. So now there it is. For some reason, there's a weird thing going on with the border. I don't know why. Let me inspect the nav. Oh, it's border right. It should be border. So if we go to the sidebar, it should be just border, not border right. Okay. So now we have the border for the sidebar. Let's just focus on the sidebar content. I think I'll close everything for now. If we need it, we can open it later. Okay, so for the sidebar, I am going to start with, let's start with the profile. Let's do profile. So we have profile, and then we have profile overlay. I'm going to explain what this does later. And then we have an image. So make sure you import image from next image. And then the width, I'm going to set that to 70. And then height, I will also set it to 70. Okay, so for the source, I am going to just put an image in the public folder. It's called avatar1. You can put whatever image you want. So this is temporary. When we connect with our Clerk authentication, we're going to be using that image. So here I am just going to do avatar1.png. I think it should show now. Dun, 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 dun. It should. Okay, there it is. Because this public folder has already been saved, so we don't need to import it like that. We can just do it like this. We don't need to include the public folder. Okay. So we have the image. Let's make sure this image is in a container. Image. All right. So after that, we are going to have an h1. And then we're going to name this oops, let's do a span. Actually, a span. Where's the capital letter? Okay, I'm just gonna put a fake name. So we have the name and the image. Okay, after that, we are going to do some nav items. We're going to do ul nav items. Feel free to use Tailwind CSS, by the way. Feel free. I'm also going to create a new folder. I'm just going to name it utils inside the app. Utils. I'm just going to add a file in here in the utils. It's called menu. So here it's just the menu. So we have the ID, title, icon, and link. So the first item here is an array of objects. The first item is going to be the home page. The second one is going to be the important. The third one is going to be the completed. And then the fourth one is going to be do it now. So the icon, we need to import these icons. So it's importing from icons. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste another file here. It's icons. So some of these icons, we're not going to be using them. So I'm going to delete this later on. I'm just pasting the icons in here. They're coming from Font Awesome. What we need to do is get the Font Awesome CDN. What you can do, Font Awesome CDN. Where's the CDN? Okay, so copy this. Copy the link tag. So what you can do is you can use React icons or you can use Font Awesome. It's up to you. So go back to the layout. Here we're just going to do head, and then I've just pasted in the link of the CDN. Okay, so change this to like this, and then save. So hopefully we should have some icons. Oops, we're not looping the menu yet. So what we need to do is loop this, map this. Okay, so we go to the sidebar. That's where we're going to do the magic of mapping through. So here we need to do menu. We need to import that. So we need to import menu @ app, and then utils, and then menu, like that. So I think this is a default export. Okay, so like that. So now we just need to map through this. .map item. Okay, so now we need to return. Let's just return a div, but we're not returning a div. We're going to return an li. Okay, so here we're going to return an li. You can give it a class name of nav item if you want. And then in here, we're going to do item.icon, and then we're going to import a link from next link, and then it's going to be item.link, not path. We're going to go to the link, and then here it's going to be item.title, I believe, like that. So there it is. Nice, pretty good. So what we need to do is when I click this li, I want to push to the link. Okay, I'm going to say const handle click Okay, so here I'm going to do router.push. I'm going to say link. I'm going to push to the link. I'm going to say link in here. It's going to be a string. It's going to be router. So we need to import router. Const router equal to use router from next navigation, and then save. Handle click. Okay, copy this function. Here on the li, we'll do on click. Oops. Let's do a class name first, actually. So for the class name, I'm going to give it a nav item. So let's do a template literal. Oops. Template literal, and then let's do nav item. Okay, after that, we are going to do on click. Let's do a callback function. And then here, item.link. So when you click, it's gonna route the item.link. Perfect. So I'm going to also get the path name. Okay, so the path name. So when I click completed, it's going to go to completed. So I want to get the path name. Okay, so to get the path name, I'm going to say const path name equal to use path name, the path name hook coming from next navigation. Okay, like that. So I want to make sure to give this green active here. So the path name that's active is going to have this green color here on the side. Okay, so when I click this, it's going to be the active one. When I click this, it will be the active one, and so forth. Okay. So path name here, I'm going to do like this. I'm going to say path name if path name equal to path name equal to link. Okay, so instead of doing item.link, I'm just gonna do this const link equal to item.link. Okay, like that. Instead of, so I can just do link here. So if it's equal to link, the path name equal to link, I'm gonna set that to active, otherwise not, an empty string. Okay, so if it's like this, to this link, it's going to be active. If I'm on this link, it's going to be active. Okay, and the other one is going to be an empty string. Perfect. So instead of item.link here, I'm just going to do link. Let's make it shorter. All right, so I don't think, okay, so we just need to add the sign out button. It's not functional, but actually we're going to add it later. We need to create a button component, which we don't have yet. So now let's style this. Let's go down to the styles. Let's start with the items. So this I'm going to put up here. I'm going to do display, flex. Let's do flex direction to column, justify content, space between, like that. All right. So I'm just going to say button. I'm just going to put an empty button there. Okay, so it's not just to put a placeholder. All right, so I'm going to give it a color. For the color here, I'm going to do color. I'm going to do color gray number 3. And then I'm going to target the profile. So for the profile, I'm going to say margin, top and bottom, actually not top and bottom, everywhere, 1.5 rem. And then I am going to do position relative. And then I'm going to do a padding, 1 rem, top and bottom. And then 0.8 left and right. And then I'm going to do border radius. I'm going to do 1 rem border radius. And then I am going to do cursor. I'm going to set that to pointer. And then font weight, I'm going to set that to 500. And then I'm going to give it a color. So for the color, I'm going to give it a color gray 0. Or you can give it a color white. Okay, I think gray 0 does the job fine. Okay, I am going to do display, flex, and then align items to center. All right. So now I'm going to save this. All right, so let me inspect. So we have the profile overlay. User button. Okay, so now we need to do the profile overlay. Okay, so after the here I'm going to do dot profile overlay. overlay. I'm going to do position absolute. Position absolute. I'm going to do top 0, left 0, and then width 100%, height 100%. I'm going to do a backdrop filter. I'm going to do blur. I'm going to give it a blur. Oops. Blur. I'm going to set that to 10 pixels. And then I'm going to give it a Z index and a background and a transition and a border radius. Like that. And then finally, I'll give it an opacity of 0.2 and a border of 2 pixels. So there it is. So it's not that bright, but it's there. It's like the overlay. Okay. So when we hover, it's going to be more bright. Okay. Nice. So after that, I am going to target the H1 within the profile. I'm going to give it a font size of 1.2 rem, like that. I think I'll do display flex direction column, like that. Okay, I think that does it. Reduce. I think the line height is way too much. Let me check. Yep. Actually, we're using different fonts, so I'm going to change the font. I will leave it as is. Actually, line height, I'm going to do 0.04. Oops. 0.7. Let's do 2. 1. 0.9. I don't know, just find what you like. I'm gonna say 3 rem. I don't know. Okay, I'll leave it like that. Okay, so I am going to target the image, and then I'm going to target the H1. I'm going to set position relative and give them Z index of 1. Okay, so for the image, I'm going to target the image again. I'm going to say flex shrink. I'm going to do 0. I'm going to set display inline block overflow to hidden, and I'm going to give it a transition of 0.5 seconds is like that. Nice. All right, so I'm still going to give it width and height of 100% of 70 pixels, and the actual image width and height is already been set. Okay, so nice. It's looking pretty good. So we just need to work on the hover effect. Okay. So let me collapse this profile overlay collapse. So we have the image. Okay, so I'm just collapsing this so I can see where I'm going with the styles. Okay, so what I'm going to do after the image, I'm going to collapse. I'm going to target the direct H1 within the where are we still in the profile? Yep. So I am going to clamp the font size. Okay. So I'm just going to clamp the font size. So depending on the screen size, it's going to be smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, so I'm going to give it a margin left as well of 1 rem and line height of 100%, like that. Okay, I think I'll reduce this to 0.8, 0.8, but in the original I'm using 1 rem, so it's up to you, like that. So that's good. So now we need to do on hover. When we hover this profile, it should be end hover. So when we hover the profile, what time is it? When we hover the profile, I want the profile overlay. I am going to give it opacity of 1, opacity 1, and then the border, I'm going to set it to border 2 pixels, and then a color of border color 2, like that. So when we hover, as you can see now, nice. And the image, remember, we have set the parent of the image, the overflow, to hidden. So the scale, I'm going to do 1.1 when I hover, as you can see. So the overflow of the parent of the image is set to hidden, so the image is not going to overflow the container. Okay, nice effect. So now we have that. So we just need to style the items here. So I'm going to be collapsing the profile for now, and then we have nav items. Okay. So for the nav items, I'm going to give it a padding. I'm just going to set it to 2.6 rem and 1 rem, top and bottom 0.6, and then actually this should be nav item, the li, the list item, like this. All right. I'm going to set the padding left to 2.1 rem, like that. Okay. So you can set this in one line if you want. So top, like this, right, like this, bottom, like this, and then left 2.1, like that. We saved the line. Okay, so I'm going to do a margin. I'm gonna do 0.3 rem and 0. I'm going to do display grid. Okay, so the grid is going to be the icon and the text. Okay, so grid template columns. So the icon, I want it to occupy space of 40 pixels, and then 1 FR for the text, like that. Okay, so what we also need to do is we're going to set the cursor to pointer. We also need to set the position to relative. All right, position is set to relative. So what we need to do now is do an after. After. So when it's active, actually the after, I think, is this. When we hover, it comes like this. That's the after. I think this is the before stored element, the green thingy. Okay, so now I'm gonna set position absolute. I'm going to position absolute. I'm going to set the content width 0, top left 0, height 100%, and z index 1. and then I'll give it a bit of a transition. Okay, like that. So the width is 0. When we hover, the width is going to be 100%. Okay, it's going to transition to 100%. Okay, so that's that. So we need to do the before pseudo element as well. Okay, so some of the styles are similar here, but I'm just gonna give it a different color. So it's gonna be color green dark. So this one, green dark. So it should be okay. So that's the before. I'm going to give it a border top radius, top left radius, and border top and border bottom left radius 5 pixels, like that. So when we hover, that's when the magic is going to happen. Okay, so I think I'm just going to target the anchor tag. I'm just going to set the font weight to 500. Okay, so when we hover this item, when we hover, I am going to set the width of the after to 100%. Okay, as you can see now, it's looking pretty good. It doesn't appear to be nicely centered. We're going to fix this. Okay, so after the hover, I think before the hover here, instead of I'm not going to keep nesting here. So after the anchor tag, I'm just going to target the I tag. I'm going to display flex and center and give it a different color, like that. All right, perfect. So now what we need to do again is our anchor tag here. I think I'll give it a transition and a z index. Okay, like that. So after this, I am going to target the active nav item. I just target the active. So we have active. So for the active, I am going to set the background color to active nav link, like that. So that's the active. And then I'm going to target the I tag. So the color, I'm going to set that to color icons 2, like that. Okay, so it looking pretty good. All right, so we haven't created the pages yet. So, and then the A tag, so I'll just do like this, and A tag. Okay, so icons 2, like that. Perfect. So the other thing that's left is the before pseudo element. So I am going to do .active before, like that, and then the width is going to be 0.3 rem, like that. So there it is. Okay, so we have that. I think just target the button. I'm just going to give it a margin. I'm going to say 1.5 rem. All right. So for some reason, I feel like it's not nicely centered. Is it? Let me inspect this. It's not like nicely centered as I would like it to. Active. Okay. Align items. Center. It's not aligned. Okay, it also depends with the font you're using. So line height. Okay, so line height. The li padding. Top 0.6. The bottom should be 0.6 as well. 0.6. Okay. So yeah, let's get rid of line height in here. Let's set that to 0. All right. I mean, let me inspect again. Line height. Oops, not the active, but the anchor tag. Nav item A. Line height. 0. Align items. Center. Align items to center, so the item should be centered, but we need to fix. So top 0.6. Now let's do 0.7 and bottom 0.7 as well, like that. So it should look pretty good. Okay, you can increase this padding actually. So bottom, let me make it a bit bigger. 8. So this one should be 9. 9, like that. So you can kind of use your eyes to kind of see the balance. All right. So the reason why it's different because there's a button here. So if there's more space here for the button, it's going to look identical. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the sidebar. Now we just need to build these pages that we want. So we're going to have important. So it's going to be a page.tsx. Okay, use client. React functional component and export. This should be important. I'm gonna copy this. So with important, we need another page called completed. So in Next.js, this is how we do pages. As long as you put a folder in the app directory and have a page.tsx or page.js inside, it will be recognized as a page. And the name of the folder will be the actual route of that page. So we have the completed, so this will be the route completed. Okay? And then as long as you have page.tsx in here, we are good to go. And then this should be completed. And then we have, let me check what route is this. Oh, I've disabled the routing, so it should be incomplete. Incomplete, like that. And then we should have a page.tsx, and then paste it, and then we're going to have incomplete, like that. So when we go back, we should be able to route to these pages. Nice. Okay, so the active, you can put the color to white if you don't like this color, the current one, or you can put it to green. It's up to you what you decide to use. All right, so let's start with the content. We're not going to do the content, we're just going to do this background here. For that, let's go to the layout. So in the layout, first off, I'm just going to close everything. Layout. Okay, so in the layout, what we need to do, I'm going to set this width to 100%. All right. I'm going to put a div here. So the width, I'm just going to say width. I'm going to do class. I'm going to say width full. So this is a utility coming from Tail and CSS. So it basically means width 100%. So the width is 100% right now, like this. Width full. Okay. So we need to kind of give it a background. So here we're going to tag it. So the main, that's what the background is. Okay. I'll just copy this color here. Let me check again. Okay, so the overflow auto. Okay, so for this one, we need to create a component which is called tasks. Okay, so the tasks are going to have this background here. Okay, so on each page we're going to render the tasks. So we are going to go to components and we're going to create tasks, and then in there we're going to create tasks.tsx, and then React functional component, export, and then in the home page we're going to render the tasks. Okay, like that. So the tasks, it's going to be dynamic later on. So here we have the tasks. We are going to say const, oops, not in here, but in the tasks, const tasks styled equal to styled. Make sure you import style components and make sure this is a client component. Use client. I'm going to copy the task styled and I'm going to replace here, and then I'm going to save. All right, so now we should have tasks here. What we need to do is style this. So to style this, I'm going to give it a width of 100%. We need to get the theme, which is our variables theme, from equal to use global state. This is global state, yep. And then let's pass this as a prop so we can have access to it down here. And I'm going to set the background color to props, and then it's going to be color bg2. And then I'm going to set a border 2 pixels, border color number 2, and then I'm going to give it a border radius 1 rem, and then a padding of 2 rem, and then I'm going to set overflow y to auto. You're going to see why we're setting to automatic, auto, and then I'm going to get rid of the scroll bar. So I'm going to set it to 0.5 rem, the width. Okay, so now there is our tasks. Okay, so now let me see height. You can set that to, let me set this with full. Wait a minute. Wait, do I need to set the height? Oh, it should be here, right? Anyways. Tasks. Okay, so by the way, the height should just be full already. I don't know why. Inspect. I think I know why. So if we go to page, we just need to return the tasks like that. So the tasks, we can wrap it instead of a div. We can make it a main like that. All right. So now we have the tasks. What we need now, I'm just thinking what's next. Okay, so now, yeah, what we need to do is we can do authentication. So to do authentication, we need to use Clerk. So I'm going to open a new terminal here. So let's install Clerk. So let's see what Clerk is. So Clerk, it's a way for us to do authentication. So to install Clerk, we need to copy this. That's the first step. And then we install Clerk. So the next step is setting environment variables. Okay, so we need to create env.local in the root here, .env.local, like that. For some reason, sometimes it gives me an error while I'm trying to install something. I don't know, I think it's an internet problem. Now it's working. Okay, so now we have Clerk. We have to create environment local, and then the next step would be to create a provider. It should be called Clerk provider or auth provider. You can name it whatever you want. I'm just going to say auth provider.tsx. Okay. So the next step is importing Clerk like this, and we need to wrap up with the Clerk provider, which is going to have like Clerk auth. Okay, so let's start with, actually, to make it easier, we don't need to create a separate file for this. We can just use this directly. Get rid of, oops. Get rid of this. Let's go to the layout. Like that. And then we just need to wrap our entire application with the Clerk provider. Okay, so even the HTML should be wrapped. All right, I'm gonna copy this, and I'm also going to delete this terminal like that. So we've wrapped with Clerk provider. Okay, so now it's working. Let me see. I don't know what's the issue. If there's an issue, I think we might also want to restart this project because we did not restart it. npm run dev. All right. And also, I think the next step would be, actually, we need to create a middleware. So we need here to create a file here called middleware.ts, like that. So that's the next step. And then let's just copy this for route protection. Okay, so let's save this. Save. Let's go back. So now it's not going to work because we don't have a secret key in the local. So let's go to docs for Clerk and then click dashboard. Make sure you create an account. I have already some projects already existing. So create a new application, add application. I'm gonna say my tasks, like this. You can click as many providers as you want. I think the limited we have is 3 providers if you are using a free tier. In this case, I am going to be using Google and email. That's it. I'm not going to use anything else. So you can show more. You can click whatever providers you want to use for signing in. I'm going to create the application, and then I'm going to copy the public key and the secret. So I'm going to change this to don't use this. I'm going to paste here. For the secret key, let me check the name it should have. Okay, so yeah, it's already there. So now we have the secret. So it should send us to the login page. Okay, so now when I refresh, we're in the login page. We're not going to be able to access the root page of our application. So what we need to do now, so if we go to the middleware, you can see all the routes are protected. So what we can do is we can set a public middleware. So public routes routes. So if you want the homepage to be public, you can set it to be public. Okay, but in this case, I want the homepage not to be public, so this is fine. I'm just going to get rid of these comments. Get rid of the comments. So the home page is protected. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a sign up page and a sign in. So I want this to be in a sign in page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create those pages. So I am going to create a sign in page.tsx. Oops, React functional component and export. Use client. This should be sign in page. Oops, I'm going to copy this. I am going to create a new page it should be sign up. Sign up. I am going to say page.tsx, and then I'm going to say sign up page. Okay, so the sign in, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to env local. Env local, you can put random stuff here. It's fine. Env local, I'm going to say next public. I'm going to do clerk, and then sign in URL. So the sign in URL for this one is going to be, well, what did you name it? It's going to be sign in. Okay, so it's going to be /sign in like this. That's going to be the sign in URL. So instead, it's not going to be using this random page. It's going to have our own URL, sign in URL, and then next public clerk sign in URL, and then we have sign up. So this shouldn't be sign out, it should be sign up. So this should be sign up. Is this sign up? Yep, sign up. And then we have after sign up, after sign in, let's go to the home page, or you can just do / like this, and then we can do after sign out. After sign out, after sign in and after sign up, we can go to URL like that. Okay, and then redirect public. No. I don't think we have a sign out, do we? After sign out, I think we have a sign out. So we're going to do login or sign in like that. Okay, so let's save this. So I'm going to go to localhost 3000. So it should be sign in. Okay, sign in page. Sign in. Why is it showing the... Okay. Sign in page, but it's not showing the form. I don't know why it's not showing the form here. The sign in. Sign in. So I'm gonna go to layout. I don't want to show this sidebar. Do not want to show this sidebar. Okay, so I'm going to do a condition. I only want to show this sidebar when there's a user signed in. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I am going to get the user ID from out. So this is a server component. So we're able to do this, like const user ID equal to auth from clerk. Okay, so we need to import auth from clerk. Okay, so like this, auth like that. So user ID. So if we have user ID, that's when we want to show the sidebar. Okay, so the sidebar is not there for some reason. I do not see the form. Okay, let's go to the env local. Let's just check if the names are correct. Sign in URL. make sure these URLs are correct. These the environment variables are correct. So I'm just double checking to see if they are correct. URL. Okay, let's save this. Let's refresh. Okay. Sign in page. It's weird. I don't know why it's not showing. So for the secret, get rid of this. And then just put something random here. Like that. So now let's try to refresh this. Restart the project. Since we've updated the env local. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the localhost 3000. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, okay, I think I know why. Let's go back to the page. So we have the sign in. We need to import the component. I forgot to do that. So here we need to do sign in from Clark, like this. Import the component, the sign in component, and save. So we should have a sign in component here. There it is. Okay, we are going to be styling this later, so leave this div for now because we're going to be using this for styling. So we have the sign in. When I do sign up, we don't have this component. We need this component as well. So if we go sign up, oops, we need sign up like that. Save. So we can switch between sign in and sign up, sign in and sign up. Okay, so now we need to sign up. Go sign up. Continue with Google. And then I'm going to use my email. So if you have any questions, you can email me. For some reason, my connection is really slow today. So that's why it's taking forever to do anything that requires internet. Let me refresh. It's so slow. Okay, so I just realized I had copied the wrong key. So it was set to the code dealer. So just change it to whatever application you're using. In this case, if you have only one application, you don't need to change anything. It should probably be working by now. So in this case, I'm just going to change it to the correct application. And then I'm just going to copy the correct key. So as you can see, the key is changing. Okay. So I'll copy the correct one. And then I'll just replace here. And then just go to the sign up page. I've already signed up with my Google account. I'm just going to refresh this. Should be able to work in a minute. Okay. So I've already gone to sign up and sign up with my Google account. So you should be able to log in to sign up. Don't go to sign in, go to sign up to create an account first. And then you're going to be able to log in like this. Okay, after that, you're going to be able to log in after you created your account. So now here's the main page, home page. So we need to start by creating, we need to be able to create these tasks. Okay. So to do that, we are going to start with install. I'm just going to stop the project. We're going to install a few things. So we're going to run npm I at Prisma/client. I'm pretty sure we've installed this in the beginning. I can't remember, but it's fine. We can reinstall it. And then we're going to also install I think Prisma, only Prisma with the client. Okay. like that. Let's do it latest, like that, and then let's hit install. So hopefully it should take only a few seconds. Okay, that's it. So if we go to the Prisma init, so we need to initialize our data source, which our database. So we're going to be using Prisma and MongoDB. So the data is going to go to MongoDB. So we need to run Prisma init. Okay, we need the one that includes a data source. Okay, so copy this. There should be init. It's not here. Init. It's taking ages to load. Data source. Anyways, like this. So you copy this, Prisma init, initialize. We're going to initialize the data source. We're going to set that to MongoDB, not SQL, and then just write MongoDB, and it's going to generate a .env file as well as a Prisma folder. So in the env, there's going to be the database URL. Don't change the URL name. What we're going to do is just going to MongoDB. So when you go to MongoDB, this is the wrong site. MongoDB. Okay, it's taking ages to load. Okay, so go to sign in with your account, and then go to database, click connect, copy the node URL, copy that. If you copy, just paste it here and then put your password. Okay, put your actual password, and then after here you put your database name instead of MyDB. Just put the name my tasks, like this, my tasks, and then just put your URL here, and then it should work. But now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put my own URL off this screen because it's my personal URL. I wouldn't want to change the password again after this, so I just pasted mine. Okay, so I've pasted mine. All right. Now, so we have the env file with the database URL. So after we've initialized the data source to MongoDB, the next step is to generate, but only after we create a model. So here, we're going to create a model. Let's name it. What should we name our model? Let's name it task. You can name it tasks, whatever you want. Let's name it task, okay, or post. So I think I'll just name it task. And then we are going to have an ID. It's going to be string, and then we're going to map this like that. And then we have the title, description, and then we have date. The date is also going to be a string. Okay, so we have ID, title, date, description, and then we're going to have is completed. It's going to be a boolean, false by default, and then we're going to have is important. So it's going to be also a boolean, and default is going to be false as well. Okay, and then we're going to have created it. datetime and then updated it, and then we're going to have the user ID, which is going to be the ID of the currently signed in user. Okay, it's going to be a string as well. All right, so that's it for this one. We just need to run npx Prisma, and then we're going to do generate like that. Okay, nice. So now let's go to npx Prisma Studio. Let's see what we have. I'm going to close this. Okay, so we have the task model. As you can see now, we have all of the fields. We don't have anything yet. Okay, so we need to start by creating an API folder. Let's name it it should be in the app. It should be API. And then we are going to have task or tasks. We're going to create a route.ts in there. All right, so we're going to have a few functions in here. So we're going to export async. So the function we're going to have in here is going to be post. Let's start by post first, and then we're going to do request. It's a request object, not request, but request, like that. And then we're going to have a try catch. And then here we're going to have COG. We're just going to say error creating task, like that. And then we're going to return new next response, like that. I don't know why I have. Let me check to see why. Okay. So we should have an error in here. Oops. Error. So for the error, I'm just going to say error creating task. All right, and then I'm going to have a status. Okay. Next response. All right, so now we're going to see why we're getting the error. It should be next response.json actually. Next response.json. So let's save it. All right. So instead, error creating task. Yep. Now we need to duplicate this. So we are going to get error getting tasks. Getting tasks. After get, we need to put. We can make some updates. Error updating task. And then we're finally going to have a delete. Error deleting task. All right, so now creating, updating. Okay, so now we have the methods that we want. So we have the post, get, put, delete. Okay, so let's start by creating some tasks. Okay, so the only way we can create is if we're logged in. So I'm going to destructure. We're going to get the user ID from auth. That is coming from clerk, like that. That's how we get the user ID. So if we don't have the user ID, if not user ID, it's going to be unauthorized. Okay, so we're just going to return. We're going to return a next response. So it should be .json, like that. It should be unauthorized. Okay. If so, we're going to get the title. We're going to title description date. Okay, so we have the date. We've completed, and we have important title description date completed important. Okay, and then we're going to do await. We're going to do request.json, like that. Okay, so let's do some validations. You can do these validations one by one, but I'm just going to do them in a single block. So I'm going to do if no title, description, or date. I'm just going to say missing. By the way, it's remembering what I've done in the original project. So missing required fields. Okay, like that. So after that, we need to do if title dot length is less than 3. Length is less than 3. We're going to do title must be at least 3 characters long. Okay, and then finally we are going to create the task. We're going to say task equal to await. So for us to be able to create, we are going to be using Prisma for us to put the data in the database. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to create a folder in the app. Let's name it utils. Oh, I've already created the folder. Okay, so let's go to utils. We're going to create a new file. It should be connect. So this is what we're going to be using to connect to the database. Okay, .ts, like that. So we're going to import Prisma client. So I'll show you the documentation. Import Prisma client. So here's how we do it. So to set a new client, so we're going to import Prisma client, and then we're going to say let Prisma, and then we're going to say that to Prisma client. Okay, so now what we need to do is we're going to check if process dot env dot node env equal to production. We're going to say Prisma new client, like this. So we're going to initialize a new client. Else we're going to say if not global dot Prisma, and then we're going to also initialize a new client. Else we're going to set the global to the Prisma. We're going to set the Prisma to the global. Okay, now we have an issue. Let's see if it's not working. We're going to fix it later. By the way, we're going to export default Prisma. Let's ignore the type checking here. We can ignore here. so we shouldn't have warnings anymore. So now we are going to import in the root. We're going to import Prisma. So const task equal to await Prisma. It's remembering what I was doing in the original project. Await Prisma. So we need to import the Prisma from utils.task.create. So make sure it's auto-completing here when I do Prisma. When I imported Prisma, when I do dot, it should show task, okay? Or whatever name you give into your model, okay? So make sure you're importing here from import Prisma from utils. If you export it as default, you should import it like this, or as a module you can import like this, okay? Let's go ahead and create a new task. Okay, so to create a new task, we have everything that we need. Here we just have to do data. So the data, we're going to put in the title, the description. I'll get rid of the user. Okay, I'll save. So it should be completed important. So what did we name those properties? Oh, the code is completed. We should set that to completed. And then we have is important. We set that to important. And then finally we have the user ID, where we don't need to do like this user ID because they have the same name. So we can just leave it like this, like user ID. So the user ID is coming from whatever currently logged in user from the clerk. Okay. So we have that. So now we just need to return a next response.json. The status doesn't matter here. Okay, we can just do like this task, like that. Okay, so we have a method to create this task, the task. So now we need to put this to the test. So we need to create some components for us to be able to create this. We need to create a front-end component. So for us, I'm just going to go back to the app. I'm just going to put a form for us to be able to create. Okay, so just thinking, what component did I use? Okay, so I'm just trying to think what component I've used. I'm just trying to think. Okay, so I'm just going to create a new component. I'm just going to say modals, like that. I might be able to create a dynamic model, but I'll just create it in here. Create content, create content.tsx. Create content. Yep, it should be use client. It's a client component. Use client. It's a functional component. We're going to export, and we're going to go to the page, the main page. Instead of returning only the tasks, I am going to return a fragment. Okay, a React fragment. And then here I'm going to tasks. Actually, no. We are going to go inside the tasks. In here, I am going to say create content, like that. So I'm going to render the component that we just created. So I'm just going to stop the Prisma client from running. Prisma Studio, not client. So we're going to run npm run dev, npm run dev. So let's wait for it to load. So while we're waiting, I was thinking to do the inputs in the global state, but I'll just do it here to make it easier for you and quicker than doing in the global state in the context. So I'm just going to do const title just to make it easier. Set title. So make sure you import useState from React. So we have useState. Okay. Use title, and then we need the description, we need the date, we need the completed, const completed, and then we need the important. Okay, so all right, I'm just doing this state in an easy way, to understand. Okay, and we have the state for all of our inputs. Okay, so now we have the tasks that's still showing. I think we need to refresh the page. All right. Oh, it's on 3001 because the original project is running on 3000. Why is it asking me to sign in? Continue with Google. All right, so now I am in the application. So it says create content here. So we need some inputs for us. Okay, so we are going to create some inputs. We are going to be making this as a form, I guess. Let's make it a form. Okay, and we're going to have, I'm not sure if we can put h1 in the form. Create a task, and then we are going to have input control. Input control, it's a div, and then we're going to have a label. Label is going to go to the title, and then it's going to be title. That's the label, and then we're going to have an input, and then this input is going to have a bunch of things. So we're going to have a value, the value ID, let's set it to title, and then it's going to have a value, the title, which is the state value, and then type, it's going to be text, and then name, it's going to be title, and then on change, I am going to do a handle change. I don't have this function yet, but the name of the event is going to be the title. Okay, so handle change, we're going to change the title. We haven't set the handle change yet, and I'm just going to do a placeholder. I'm just going to paste in a generic placeholder in here. All right, so now we have that type. Oh, we don't need a type, it's already here. Okay, so now we have the input control. We just need to duplicate this a few more times. Duplicate. So we going to have description for the other one. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in. So the description is going to be a text area. So description is going to be a text area instead of an input. Okay, and then put the rows to 4. I'm just pasting in to speed this up. And then we don't have this handle change function yet, so make sure the name matches the state. Okay, the state. And we are also going to have a date. So the value is going to be date. On change, it's going to be handle change of the date. Both will set it to a string. The type is going to be a date as well. And finally, we are going to have an input control. Get rid of this, and then completed, we're going to set that to a string. Okay, so here it's a boolean completed, so we're going to set that to a string, and then we're going to send that as a string. Okay, completed. So make sure the name it matches here. Okay, so the name and the handle change matches, and the state matches as well, and the ID match. Make sure these three things match. Okay, so this is a checkbox, by the way. We're going to be triggering true and false. Okay, and finally we have the one for so instead of completed, so this one should be important like that. Okay, so the only thing that's missing is going to be the submit button. Okay, dot submit btn. Okay, we're going to do button type submit, no style, type submit. Okay, and then we're going to just say submit. It doesn't matter if I'm using a span. Okay, so now let's refresh this. The handle change is not there. We don't have this function yet. So let's go ahead and create the handle change function. Okay, so I'm going to do const handle change. So the handle change, it's going to be a little bit dynamic. So name string, and then we're going to also take the event. I'm just going to do a change event like that, or you can do any. Okay, this is a bit messy. I'll just do any. Okay, so now we're going to run a switch. Okay, so the first one is going to be, we're going to switch name. Okay, so based on the name, we're going to dynamically do the input. So we're going to do case title. We're going to set the title to e.target.value, and then we're going to break, and then case description, we're going to set description. Okay, we're going to handle the change for the description. We're going to get the e.target.value. Whatever we're typing in the input, we're setting that to the description. Okay, and we have date. Same thing for completed. All right, and same thing for important. And default, we're just gonna break. Okay, so what we're doing, the name, which is the name we set here. So the input is a name. So the name is going to be this one. Okay, so the name of the input is date. So name, if the name is date, so name is date, and also name, make sure it matches here. Okay, and then if the name is date, we're going to get the input for the date. If it's completed, we're going to set completed like that. So now we should be able to have handle change working, but it seems to be not working currently. Let's refresh. Nothing. Okay, so the handle change doesn't seem to be working at the moment. Let's see why. Handle change. Okay, so yeah, we are using all of our state values All right. Let me try to let's try to see console. Okay, so for some reason it's not showing in the, because the color is white. Okay, it's working, but the color is white. Okay, so yeah, it's working. Don't worry, it's just the color is white, set to white, but it's working. So what we need to do is a way to submit this. So we have a post method, if you remember. So for us to handle the requests, we're going to be using Axios. So we're going to do npm I Axios. All right, so now we need to do const. We're going to handle submit. Okay, so for the handle submit, we're going to do e.prevent default, like that. Okay, this should be a form. Okay, and on submit, we should handle submit. Okay, so when we submit, we're going to run that function. All right, so now let's save. So what we're going to do, we're going to take the state values, all of those values. We're going to do const task, all of the state values. We're going to put them in an object, and then we're going to send them title, description, date, completed, important. Okay, so it's an object, and then we're going to send that object. We're going to do a try catch. We're going to say const res equal to await axios dot post. We need to make sure this is an async. Okay, well, it's going to be API tasks. Okay, make sure it should be API / tasks, or whatever name you've named yours, tasks. Okay, I'm going to say if response data error. If we have an error, we are going to do a toast. We need to install React hot toast. This one. Okay, documentation. Copy this install. Go to the terminal. We'll install React hot toast. So we have toast. We're going to do toast. Oops. Toast.error. So make sure you import the toast. Okay. Yeah, import toast from React hot toast. Okay, we're not going to be able to see anything yet because we need to kind of wrap our application with the toast provider. Okay, what we can do, let's go to the documentation. We just need to import toaster like this, and we can go to the context. We can edit in the context, actually. Context provider. We can like this, and then we can do a toaster here, toaster like that. So it should be able to work if you have any errors. So let's go to the application, create. So now we can do an error here, toast.error. We can do something went wrong like that, and then we have to console the error. Okay, so after this we are going to do if Actually, I will just do a success for now. And we're going to do some conditions later. Okay. So now we should be able to create a task. Let's see if we have any errors at all. We're going to find out. So I think let's try it. I'm just going to put random data. A date, I'm just going to put something random like that. I'm going to submit. Okay, it says task created successfully. I don't know how. I'm not so sure about that. But let's console the task if we create something. Let's cog task. I'm just going to put some random data here. Submit again. Okay, seems like we're creating a task and the user ID is being added as well. So yeah, we are indeed creating the tasks. We are creating the task. What we need to do now is fetch and display the tasks. So fetching the tasks, it's not that difficult to do. Okay, so we just do a get request and then display the task. So we're going to mainly do that in our context, and then we're going to display our tasks. Okay, so I think for now I'll take a break and then I'm going to continue. Okay, so now let's work on retrieving our tasks. So now we can create the tasks. So we need to retrieve the tasks. Go to the root and we're going to go to the get function here. So we're just going to do the standard. We're going to get the user ID coming from auth, and then here we're just going to check if we don't have the user ID. We're going to retrieve the tasks linked to this specific user who signed in. Okay, so we're going to say const tasks equal to tasks await Prisma dot tasks task dot find many. So this is the task model. So we need to find many where the user ID matches the currently logged in user. Okay, so we're just going to say where user ID. Okay, so we're just going to get the logged in user. Okay, so let's run. I'm just going to stop this. Go to the terminal. Let's run Prisma Studio to see if we have our data in the Prisma Studio. So I'm going to refresh. Okay, as you can see, our data that we created is there. Okay, so now we just want to retrieve that data. So here we can return these tasks. Okay, so we're going to return next response and then the tasks. Okay, so we need to do a get on this endpoint here, on the tasks endpoint. So we're going to do that in the context because we want to access the data anywhere that we want to. So I'm going to go to the, where's the context here. So let's go to the global. I think we can do it in the global. Okay, and I'm going to create a few functions. Let's start with getting all of the tasks. I'm gonna say const all tasks. It's going to be an async function. Okay, so for all tasks, I'm going to also have a loading state. Here I'm gonna say const is loading. Okay, so here I'm going to do a try catch, and then I'm going to set loading to true here, and then I'm going to say const result equal to await Axios, but we're going to do a get method, so make sure you import Axios we're going to do a get method. So /API and then tasks. So let's make sure Axios is imported like this. Okay. And so the result, what we're going to do is we're going to create a state for the tasks. Okay. We could have used a different way to handle this data. Okay, we could have used a use reducer or something. Okay, and then we're going to say const, let's do tasks. Okay, so it's going to be an empty array or initial. Here we're just going to put the data in the array. So first off, let's see what we have. COG response.data. Let's run a use effect here. So react.use effect. Use effect like that. And then on initial render, we are going to run the or_task function. Okay, so we should be able to see something in the console. I'm going to inspect. Okay, and there it is. So we have an array. We're getting the items, or you can, if you're using Console Ninja, you're going to be able to see this in here. Okay, so we're getting the data. We're putting that data into this array. So now we're just going to update the state with the actual data. Okay, and then we're just going to set the loading to false. Let's console this error, and then we're going to do toast. Something went wrong, like that, an error. All right, so now actually we don't need this. Now we are going to send this data in here. Not select the theme, but in this case we want to send the tasks in here. So we're going to have access to the tasks in here since it's in the context. So now let's go to the tasks. Okay, here. So we have this create here. I'm just going to get rid of this. We're going to create a model for that. Okay, so here we are going to start with the title. So we're going to create an interface. We're going to have a title. Title is going to be a string, and then we're going to have tasks. I'm just going to do any for now. Okay, so now we are going to display an h1 here, and then it's going to be the title. It's going to be the title, no title, because we didn't destructure here. We need to destructure the properties, and then we're going to display the title here. Okay, so now we've displayed the title. I'm just going to create a div. I'm going to name this tasks, and then give it another class called grid as well. Okay, like that. And then we are going to get the tasks. We're getting the theme here. We need to get the tasks as well, like that. Why do we have an issue? Oh, wait, is it tasks? So wait, we need to give this a different name. We don't need to get it from here, actually. We're going to pass it somewhere else, wherever we're rendering this tasks component. Okay, so here I am going to map the tasks, and then I'm going to return a task. Okay, so in this case we're returning a div, but I'm going to create a new component called task item.tsx. It's going to be a client component, use client, React functional function. We're going to go back here. Instead of returning a task div like this, we're going to return a task item. Okay. So for this one, I'm going to do task.id like this. Okay, so also here we can do, I think we can do this, and then we're just spreading all of those properties. Okay, we're just going to go to the task item. We're going to do an interface. Okay, interface. Task should be, let me check. Well, it's an object. Okay, so here we're going to get these properties. Okay, so it does not exist on type. Task. Let me double check. Task item task. Okay, I don't know why it says that. Let me put it to any for now. Let's see. In the task item, we're going to display this data. So we have an h1, which is going to have a title, and then p description, and then we're going to have a date. Okay, so this date is not going to be formatted. Tasks, it's undefined because we did not pass the tasks in here. So what we need to do is we're going to do const tasks equal to use global state, and then we are going to pass the tasks in here. All right. Is it global state or global context? I can't remember. Yes, global state. So what's the issue? Okay, so this should be a client component. Use client. Alright, so the error should disappear now. So now, as you can see, we have the task, but we're going to format this date in a different way, not like this. Okay, so we do have the tasks. Let's go back to the task item. The date, I'm going to give it a class of date, class name, date. So let's see why we have an issue here. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it at any. I'm quite new to TypeScript, so I don't know why it's complaining. Okay, so now after the date, we're going to go on the footer. I'm just gonna name this .task footer. Task footer. I'm going to have a button in here. Button. And then it should have a class name of completed, and it should have text of completed. All right, and What else? So this should be is completed. Okay. Instead of doing this, I'll just get the individual properties from here. Title, string, description, date. This should be is completed. Is completed. Okay. We also need to get the ID, which is going to be a string. All right. Okay. I'll get rid of this. Okay, so I'm going to do a conditional here. So I'm going to check if it's completed or not completed. Okay, so it's a conditional render of this button here. I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna say is completed. Okay, if it's completed, I'll do this button. Else, it's going to be incomplete. Be incomplete. Incomplete, not incompleted. So incomplete. So we have completed and incomplete. Incomplete. Not incompleted, incomplete, like that. Okay, so if it's completed, it will show this. Otherwise, it will show this. Okay. After that, we are going to do a few more buttons. So we are going to have. Let's do edit. Edit. And then for the edit, we're going to have an icon called edit. Make sure you import this icon from utils icons. Okay, so we have edit. So this should be a button instead of a div. Button, edit, and then we're going to have a delete. Button, delete, and then we're going to have a delete icon. Delete. I think it's called trash. So we import the trash icon and then we save. So we should have those icons. Okay. For some reason the text is not showing. Let's refresh this. I don't know why it's still not showing. So description. Okay, seems like we have an error somewhere. So here I'm going to pass those properties. Pass those properties like that, and then I'm going to save. Okay, so now those properties are showing. Great. So now it's only a matter of styling. Let's start with let's give it a title, shall we? So for the title, I'm just thinking what title we should give this. Let's name it all tasks. Okay, all tasks, and then let's go ahead and style this. All right, so for the styling, we are going to start with, let's start with the H1. H1. I'm going to give it a font size. Wait. Oh, I could have sworn we had done the before pseudo element before, the green thingy. I think I've removed those styles by accident. But then I'm just gonna paste those styles. So here we're just gonna copy this, and then we have done this H1 before, by the way. I've accidentally removed the styles, I think. And then position set to relative, and then after is this green thing here. I think I removed by accident. Okay, and next tasks. So next, what we want, tasks. Okay, tasks. We need to do a grid. Okay, but after these tasks, I am going to do a create task. Create task. Okay, and then we're going to have a plus icon. Make sure you import the icon, and then we're going to do add new task. Add new task, like that. So this should be a button, like that, and there it is, add new task. Okay, so what we're going to do now, let's do the styles. Let's start with, so here we're just going to do a create task styles. We're going to do the other ones in the global. So create task. Okay, so the create task is going to be, let me go to localhost 3000. Continue with Google. So the add task is going to be this box here. Okay, that's going to be for creating a new task. So to create task, I'm just going to give it a display flex and center everything, and then I am going to give it a gap. It should be something like 0.5 rem. Oops, 0.5 rem. And also I'm going to give it a height. I am going to set that to 16 rem. Okay, and the color and font weight and a border radius, and also a border of 3 pixels. All right, so it should be something like this. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, okay, so sometimes it's taking a while to retrieve the user. So this is the box like this. Okay, so let's we've done the styles for that. I'm just going to give it a hover effect, and hover. On hover, I'm gonna set to gray 5 and the color to gray 0, like that. So let's see when we hover, like that, but we need to give it a transition. Let's give it an ease transition, 0.3 seconds. Should have like a nice transition. All right, so there it is. We have a nice transition. What we're going to do now is we're going to style the grid. Okay, so the grid, we're just going to put it in the global provider. So global style provider, I'm going to do dot grid. So here I'm going to say display grid. Okay, so I want the grid to be responsive. I'm going to say grid template columns. I'm going to do repeat, and then I'm going to do auto fill, and then min-max. The minimum width is going to be 300 pixels, and then it's going to automatically, resize. Okay, and I'm going to give it a gap of 1.5 rem, like that. You can give it whatever gap you want. That's entirely up to you. All right, and yeah, that's it for the grid. We need to see what we also need to style. Go back to the tasks. We need to style the tasks. Okay, let's start with tasks. So let me check. This one should have, it's not loading the tasks. Okay, so the task item is what we need to style. Okay, I need to give it this style here. So we need to go to the task item and give it, the styles. So task item const task item styled. So make sure you import styled components like that, and then you are going to replace this. I'm going to give it a padding, a background color of color icons number 2, like that. And then we are also going to give it a box shadow, like that. And there it is. Okay, so border set to border color 2. Border color 2 seems to be wrong. Okay, let me check to see why the border color 2 is not working. For now, let's just do the styles. Height 16 rem. And then we're going to display flex and give it a gap. Okay, so there's a gap here. Okay, so now we need, let me check to see why border color 2. I'm just trying to see if I have this in my variables. Border color 2. Okay. It seems like I do have border color 2. But let me inspect to see why it's not working. Okay, so the background. Okay, because we did not include the theme prop. Okay, so we don't have access to the colors. Const, we're going to do theme. I'm going to use global state, and then I'm going to pass it as a prop here, theme, and let's save. We should be able to see what we have. Okay, the other thing that we need to do now, I am going to, let's go to all tasks. Let's give it margin top, margin. Let's do 2 rem, top and bottom, and then 0 left and right. Let's increase this to 4. Wait, tasks styled, task styled. Okay, so what we need to give this is to be the tasks. So we need to select the class tasks, like that. In this case, we're going to put it back to 2. Okay, or 2.53, I don't know, that's entirely up to you. Okay, so now we just need to give it a bit of spacing. This one should go at the bottom here. So what I'm going to do for that, I think I will create I'm just trying to think how I could put it at the bottom. Task item. Okay. display. Let me inspect this. It should have margin 0 auto somewhere. Okay, so the date, it is margin top to auto. Okay, so task item, date, margin top to auto. So it's going to have leave spacing for, for in between here. Okay, as you can see now, we have the spacing. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. So we need to format this date like this instead of like this. Okay, so for us, we're going to create a new utility function to format the date. I'm going to say format date.js. Okay, so we're just going to use this to format the date to whatever date that we want. Okay, like what I showed you. So that's how we have to format the date. So I'm going to say export. I'm going to say const. We're just going to export default format date. Okay, and then we're going to pass in the date we're going to format here. Okay, for us to make this easy, we're going to be using moment npm I moment. So moment is a package that can be used to format dates. Okay, so here we're just going to return moment, and then we're just going to pass in the date we're going to format. So we're going to do day, month, and year like this. So that's how we're going to format the date. And then we're just going to export default here. Export default format date. So let's go back to task item where we have the date. Here we just need to import format date, and then we just pass in the date, not as an object. So we just need to import that. It should be format date, and it's exported as default. Okay, so we should have the date formatted. Okay, so here's the date. It's formatted to our liking. All right. So now we just need to style these other stuff here. So let's go back to the task item and style the rest of the items there. So let's start with the h1. Okay, so we have the date. Let's do h1. I'm going to give it a font size of 1.5 rem and a font weight of 600. You can give it a color you want, and then I'm going to select .task footer. Here I'm just going to do display flex and center, align items to center, and give it a gap of 1.2 rem. And then I'm going to target the button in there. I'm just going to give it a border none and outline of none, and set the cursor to pointer. And I am going to target the icon. I'm going to give it color gray 2 and a font size of 1.4. All right, so let's refresh. It's taking ages to load. My internet connection is really slow. Okay, so now we just need to display to set the edit actually to give it a margin left of auto. Okay, .edit margin left to auto, like that. So I'm going to target the incomplete dot completed And is it incomplete? Incomplete. I'm going to say display inline block and give it a padding, a background color, and a border radius. Okay. So the other thing that I want to give it is going to be different colors. Okay. So by default, it's set to danger, but I want to change the completed to green. Completed, it should have color green, green dark, like that. Okay, so there's our tasks. So we have it's wrong spelling for incomplete. So it should be incomplete like that. And we need to also, what do we need here? Okay. I'm just trying to see. Okay, we haven't added the sign out button yet. We're going to add that later on. Okay, so we have a cursor to pointer. So when I click here, we want to toggle a model. Okay. So first off, I'm going to change this font to match whatever font I'm using here. Okay. So the font I'm using there, let me double check what the name of the font I'm using. So it's called Nunito. I don't know how to pronounce it. So here we are going to import it. Instead of enter, it's just Nunito like that. And then Nunito. Okay, so we have subsets. It should be Latin as it is. We need the font weights. So we're going to do weight. So I'm just going to do all the way to 800, all the way up to 800. I don't know if it is 900. So let's leave it up to 800 like that. Make sure you put a comma. And then subsets, it should be Latin, yeah. And then here, instead of enter, it should be Nunito. So that's going to be the font size. Not the font size, I mean the font family. Okay, so now, as you can see, it's using the correct font family. So what we need to do now is, let's start with the sign out button. So it's in the sidebar. Okay, so sidebar, I'm just going to close everything, make sure it's clean. Components, it's going to be in the sidebar. Okay, so here is button. It should be a sign out button. We're going to create a component for the button. Okay, so button, I'm going to do button.tsx. It's a client component, use client, React functional component, and export. So this button is going to have a lot of properties. Okay, let's start with an icon. Icon is going to be optional. It's going to be react.node, and then we're going to have name. Name is going to be also optional. It's going to be string, and then background. Background is going to be optional. I'm just going to paste in the rest of the properties because it's a lot. So we have the selector, and then we have the padding optional, border radius optional, font weight optional, font size optional. So everything here, these are the properties that we. So we have the double click. Okay, we don't want the double click actually. Well, we are not going to use a blob, are we? So we don't want this blob here. We don't want that. The border. Okay, we don't want this property or this. Okay, so I think these are the properties that we want here. We don't want this selector property as well. Okay, so now I think we have the basic. So the type, we can have submit, type of button, or reset. Okay. So here we're going to get the properties, the structure. Why is it not auto-completing? Okay. We got the properties. So now we are just going to utilize those properties. First off, I'm going to get the theme, const theme, global state, like that. And then we're going to pass the theme here. Theme equal to theme. Okay, and let's do style. Why is there an issue here? What's the issue? I don't know what the issue is about. And then we just set those properties to the styles, okay? Alright, so now we just set those properties, padding, and then we're just setting to the padding. So we can do a default padding here as well. Okay, this is a default padding. If we don't set one, border radius, we can give it a default border radius if we don't set one. Okay, but I don't think I need a border radius by default. Actually, we can have one. So the font weight, let's set it to 500 by default. Font size, we can leave it as it is. Border, like that. I think that will do it. Why do I have an issue here? Because there's no comma. Okay, so we have default properties. So here we're just going to get rid of this, and then we are going to put in the, if we have the icon, only if we have the icon, we're going to display the icon. And then we're going to have name, span. Actually, I was thinking to do a blob. Let me see if I did. No, I didn't do it here. So it's not necessary. I'll save. Okay, so what we need to do now, let's do const button styled, like that. And then I'm going to copy like this. Make sure we import styled, like that, and then we save. So we should wait, where are we supposed to render the button again? Okay, so in the sidebar here, we are going to render the button. Okay, so I'm trying to think, because we're going to be importing a button as well from, we're going to import it from Clerk. Okay, so I'm trying to think how I'm going to display it, but I'll just do this. Sign out, and then it's going to have a position of relative. Okay, and then I'm going to do button in here, the component we created, button, like that. And then we just need to pass those properties that we created. So I'm just going to paste in those properties. So we have the sign out, the name, selector, button login. I'm gonna get rid of the selector. And then we have the padding, border radius, font weight, font size. And then I'm going to pass in the icon prop. icon equal to, I'm going to do logout icon, and then on click, we don't have the sign out yet. I'm going to save. Let's refresh. We should have a button. So there it is. There's the sign out button. Okay. So we are going to style that. All right. I'm just trying to think. Okay. Mm, 1.5 RAM. Okay, so we need to give it a margin 1.5 RAM. So M margin bottom 1.5 RAM. How many is this? Yep, MB6. So it should have MB6 for margin bottom 1.5 RAM. Like that, MB6. Okay, so now we just need to go ahead and style this button. Okay, I think we need to give it a left as well. So we have so we have a padding for this one. So padding, but margin, so it should be everywhere. So M6 then around, it should be around. So it should be M6. Okay. So now we just need to go and style this button. So we go down here. Yeah, let's start with let's give it a display flex. Let's start with the position relative. We could use some style some tail in CSS, by the way. Position relative, and then I'm going to give display flex and align center, and then I'm going to give it a color overflow hidden. Actually, we don't need the overflow because we're not going to do some effects. I was planning to do some half effects on the button. There it is. It's looking pretty good so far. And then I'm going to target the icon. I'm going to give it a margin right of 1 RAM. And then I'm going to give it a color of white, or you can give it gray 0 to, I think I'll give it color gray 0 to make it not that bright. Let's do gray 3. Let's see what we have. Seems to be not working. Okay, so the theme prop is included here. I'm going to inspect to see why the color won't wait. 900. Okay, for some reason the color is not showing. Okay, color gray 3. Oh, it's wrong spelling. Okay, I think I'll also do the text. Did I do a color here? Click. Okay, so for the click, we're going to do on click. We're going to set that to click. Type. We need to set the type to type. Okay. We didn't do the color, so let's do the color in here instead. So color, instead of color white, let's do gray. Color gray 2, I think. Okay, and when we hover, we're going to, let's do a transition. transition. Let's do ease. Let's do in and out actually. And then when we hover, we're going to set that to gray 0. The connection is like really weird for me. All right, as well as the icon. So we want the icon to also change color. Okay, so now we should try to, we also need to do this transition in the icon itself. Let's do sign out, click. Oh, the sign out is here. Okay. User button. So in the user button, that's where the sign out is. So if I click here, in the original here, so the sign out is here. So this one, okay, I can make it trigger this one. Okay, we don't have a sign out method. I'm not sure if we have one. I think we do have one. So we need to import the sign out. So sign out, we need to import sign out from useClick hook. Make sure you import the useClick hook. And then we need to do router, const router equal to use router from next navigation. And then we're just going to push, okay, after we sign out. One click. One click here. We are just going to go to the sidebar. Here, click. So the sign out, we've imported in the wrong component. It should be in here. It seems like we have route already. Use clerk. Okay, so now is it just click? Okay, so it's a callback function. So we have sign out like that, but it's gonna take in a callback function. Okay. Router.push. We're just going to go sign in like this. So let's see if this works. Let's go ahead and sign out. Click. Okay, so now we've signed out. We can continue with Google, and then it's gonna lead us back to the home page. Okay, so now we can sign out. What we need to do now, we need to be able to, toggle. So when I click this create task, we want to be able to toggle that. Okay, so I think I'll take a break for now, and then I'll be back on the next video when we are going to be working on the toggling of the model. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome back. So now I think let's start by implementing a loading bar at the top here. So let me show you what I mean. So if I go to my website, if I click one of these links, as you can see, there's a top loader here, a bar. We're going to be using a package called React Top Loader. So it's called React, actually it's called Next Top Loader, like that. So copy this command. Let's open a new terminal. Let's install. Okay, so that's what we need to do. So let's go to the layout. By the way, so currently it only works with links. Okay, so make sure whatever you're using to route with is a link. Let's go to the layout. So let's import the top loader, next loader, like this. Import next loader from Next.js top loader. Let's go above the context in the body. Here we're just gonna say next top loader, like that. And then we're just going to put a few properties. So the properties, the first one, I'm just going to give it a height. I'm just going to set that to 2 pixels. The next thing that we want is going to be color. Let's set that to red for starters. Red. The other thing that we need is an easing functionality. So we're going to be using a cubic Bezier. I don't know how to pronounce this. Is it Bezier or Bezier? I don't know how to pronounce it. Bezier. I don't know. I think it's French. But now we're going to go and put some properties. This one should be 0. Okay, and this one should be 1. You can kind of generate this. There's a generator for these properties. It's called cubic Bezier. If you go here, you can kind of generate, these properties, and then you can copy whatever properties you want. You can simulate to see what it looks like. So now let's see if it's working. So now, as you can see, when I click the link, it's working. Okay, but I'm just going to change this color here. I am going to go to the themes, and I'll copy the green dark. I'll just copy the hex value, and then I'll paste. I guess it didn't work. I'll copy this green and paste. So we should have a nice green color. By the way, if you want to get rid of this loading spinner here, you can. So you can just say spinner, show spinner. You can just turn that to false, okay? And then you have to refresh the page. Okay, so now we have that the loading. Let's move to the next chapter. So let me see. Okay. For now, we want to fetch this data when we have the user. So sometimes there might be an issue. So let's go to the context. So if we have the user, I'm going to say if user, and then we're going to fetch this, the tasks. So let's just get the user. Oh, like this. So const user, like this, const user, and then use user coming from Clerk Next.js, okay? And then we're going to fetch the data when we have the user. Okay? But nothing happens. It doesn't update. So once we have the user, we want to re-render this. So we're just going to re-render based on the user. Like that. So refresh. Okay, perfect. So now it works. All right. So now we need to do loading. So let's do CSS loaders. Spinners. Okay, I think I'll just take any of these spinners. I'll take this. All right. copy and go to the global. I'll just paste those styles in, and then we just need to create a span with the class of loader. So let's go to the context provider. Here we're just going to return a div, and then let's put a span, class name loader, like that. Okay, so as you should see a loading here. So here let's do a class name. Let's give it width full and height full, and then we're going to do flex item center, and then justify center. Okay, so it's basically flex centering it here. Okay, for the color, you can give it that green color if you want to. If you go to the themes, oops, we need to go to the themes. I think I'll give it this gradient color here. I can't remember which gradient it is, so it's a border. We cannot do a gradient on a border. Let's primary green. Let's take the light one to see how it looks like. All right, so now let's refresh this. Oh, I think we need. Did I copy the wrong one? Color green light. I don't know why the green light looks white. Okay, so I think this will do. When it's loading, we also want to do it for this one. We're just going to do that later. But for now, I think what we need to do is delete the task and edit. So let's start by delete. Here I'm just going to create a dynamic route. Okay, so to delete, we're going to delete based on ID. Okay, and then inside the ID, we're going to create route.ts. And then export, it's going to be async, and then it's going to be function delete. Let's just copy a boilerplate here. Delete. Okay, so we're going to do response. Should be a request, actually, not response. Request. All right. So we're going to do a try catch. Like that, and then we're going to do a COG. Okay, return. We're just going to return next response. We need to import next response. Like that. All right. So for us to delete, we need the user ID, and we also need to get the ID from the params. Okay, so what we're going to do in here, we're going to get the params, and then we're going to get the ID, like that, params, and then we're going to destruct and get the ID. Okay, so we are going to say const user ID. So make sure we import the auth, and then we're going to destructure the ID from params. Okay, like that. So we're just going to check if we don't have the ID, and then we're not going to be authorized to delete anything. Okay, so we're going to delete a task based on the ID. So we're going to say const task equal to, we need to import the Prisma from the connect, from the utils here, connect, find unique. So this is actually not find unique. So dot task dot should be delete where the user ID. Okay, where ID is equals to whatever ID we are sending through from the client. Okay, so we're going to delete whatever ID matches this one, what ID we're sending from the client. So I'm going to show you what it looks like. We're going to get rid of these console logs, by the way, later on. So this is just for debugging to see how things are working. And then we're just going to return. So now what we need to do is we need to send the ID, okay, from the client. So let's work on the delete. So for the delete, let's go to the global. I'm going to say const delete task equal to async. So it's going to take in the ID. Okay, so I'm taking the ID. So here we're going to do try catch, and then we are going to say cog error, and then we are going to do toast dot error. Something went wrong. Okay, so we're going to do const response equal to axios dot delete, and then tasks, and then ID. Okay, so the ID we're going to pass in here, we're going to delete that item. All right, and then we are going to say toast to success task deleted when we delete the task. So after that, I am just going to refetch our tasks. Okay, after we delete, we're going to get the update, refetch the tasks. So we have to send the function here, delete task. By the way, we need to also send is loading, because we need to do the loading state. So let's go to all tasks. The component all tasks. Okay, all tasks. Okay, so for loading, grid. Okay, let's get the loading here. Is loading. Let's create a component for it. Loading. Actually, it doesn't matter. We just need to add that class name. Okay, so if is not loading, so if it's not loading, we are going to do this, else like that. Okay, so it should have loading there, as you can see, loading. Okay, but for this loading, is loading. Let me say let const is loading equal to true. Okay, so I'm just gonna get rid of this for now. Is loading equal to true. So it should be loading here. Let's style this. Plus tasks loader. Okay, so span. I can't remember the name. It should be loader. Like that. So it should spin here. We need to center this. Let's do, I think width full. Flex item center. Justify center. Okay. Height. All right. I think we can put it at the center here. I think it makes sense, or you can do it individually. I don't know. It's up to you. I think I'll just do one loader like this. Okay. And I think that's it. I'll just put the proper, I'll put it here. Like that, and then get rid of this. Okay, and we should have like a loader for a split second here. You can put like a skeleton loader, so it's up to you. Okay. Nice. So you can get rid of the main loader if you want to. But that's up to you. Now, now that we have the loader, let's work on the delete. So we need to go to the task item, and then we need to a function for delete. Okay, so for that, we are going to delete on click. We're going to run a callback function. Okay, so for delete, we're just going to get the delete task. Is that what we've named it? Yep, delete task. Like that, and then we just need to pass in the ID of the task that we want to delete. All right, and what? Delete task, and then we pass in the ID, which we already have here. Okay, so hopefully when I click this, it should delete. Nothing happened, seems. Okay, it did delete, but there's an issue fetching the data. Okay, let's create content. Let's create more items, shall we? Submit. Okay, submit. Okay, so we should have a lot of items. Let me refresh. Okay, so there it is. I'll get rid of this create. So let me try to delete this. Oops, delete. Okay, so it's working, but I don't want this blinking effect. Let me see if there's a way around it. Let's try to... Let's get rid of the loader, actually. Let's just leave the main one. Okay, let's get rid of this loader. Okay, so it should work like this. But it's taking a bit of time. There's a delay when you delete. So it's up to you if you wanna, you can put a loader. Yeah, there's a delay. We need to fix that. We'll fix that in the coming section. Okay, so yeah, we can delete now. We can delete. So we need to work on the editing, which is the put method we did. For some reason, I need to click twice to delete. So let me double check the function. Task item on click. Why do I need to click twice? So click, nothing happens. Click again, something happens. Okay, I don't know why I need to click twice. But I'm going to fix that later on. Yeah, we have an error as well here. So we'll fix it later. Now let's just work on the editing. So when I click complete, I want to toggle incomplete as well. Okay, and I think I'll do that in the next video. Okay, so I just realized when we were deleting, we had to click twice for us to delete the item. I was missing an await because I was using async, so it doesn't give you a warning, unfortunately. So we have to make sure we do await like that. That's why we're getting record does not exist, because we clicked twice. Okay, so now let's save. So now let's click. Now it's deleting. We don't need to click twice anymore. And also the pop-up, the toast is not showing. Okay, we had a wrong import. I had a wrong import, not you, but I had the wrong one. So it should be just React hot toast like this. Then save. So when I click, it should be able to show the toast. Okay. So the next step, I think, let me go to the all tasks. I'm just going to COG all of the tasks. Response to data. Let's inspect to see what we have. I'm going to refresh. Okay, so we have 4 items. All of them should be completed, I guess. Okay, so we need to create some items which are not completed. Okay, but some of these that are completed, it doesn't show it's completed. I think we might have made an error somewhere. So let's go to task item. It's completed. So it's completed. It should show this completed button. So I don't know where we have made an error. Let's go to tasks. Oh yeah, here. So it should be task is completed. Is completed like this. So it should be green now. Okay. So now this is the completed task. We need to show the incomplete tasks. So first off, let's just create more content which is not completed. Not completed one. some random date. Let's just submit. Random submit. Submit. Okay, so now we should have decent amount of data to work with. Let's refresh. We're going to refresh, by the way, when we are. We're going to refresh when we are creating a task, when we're creating a model. So we're not doing that yet. So now we need to display the completed, the to-do, and the important tasks. So what we need to do is create those pages. We have those pages already, but we just need to display the data. Okay, so for that, let's start with the completed. So this is easy, by the way, to do the completed tasks. So for completed, we are just going to do a filter. Const completed tasks equal to, we're going to say tasks dot filter, and then we are going to get a task, and then we're going to return task dot is completed. Okay, so the tasks that are completed, that have been completed, task dot completed equal to true. Okay, so this should be completed tasks. Completed tasks. Okay, when the completed equal to true, and then we should have an array containing completed tasks. Okay. There it is. 4. We have 4 items here. So this is the array. It has completed tasks, which is equal to true. So I'm just going to pass that into our stage. Completed tasks. I'll get rid of the console, as well as this console here. I'll get rid of it. So we have the completed page. Where's the complete? Incomplete. Okay, so this is the page for the completed. It's going to be easy. So we just need to say const. We are going to get completed tasks. Okay, from the state global context. And then here we are just going to return the tasks component, tasks, and then we just pass the tasks. Okay, like this. The title, we are setting that to completed tasks, and then the tasks is the completed tasks. So when I visit the page completed, hopefully we should be able to see completed tasks like this. Okay, so now we have the completed tasks. We have all tasks completed. And now we need to do the important. So we're doing the same thing as well for the important. We're just basically filtering the tasks to get the important. Okay, so const important tasks. We're going to filter, and then we're going to return where important is set to true. Okay. So, and also, so we have completed important. We also want incomplete tasks. Okay, so const incomplete tasks. We're just going to return is completed equal to false. Okay, so I'm just going to send those values here, important and incomplete tasks. Okay, so important, just go to the important page. We're just going to do the same drill here. So const, we are going to get, this is the important tasks from the global state. All right, so we are going to get the component, the task component, and then we just put important tasks like this. So we should be able to have the page now. So if I go to important, it seems like there's an issue with the important. Let's go to the global. So is important equal to true? Let me COG this. Let me console log to see what the important is showing. Important tasks. Let's go to the console and see the result. So important tasks, we do have an array here for the important. What's the property though? Okay, so is important. Okay, is important. Is important. Okay, we do have the items. I do not know why we have an issue. Okay, so now it seems to be showing now. All tasks. Important. Completed. Okay. Don't worry about this one. We need to give a key. So we okay, so which component do I not have a key on? Let's go to the tasks. So we have a key here. I don't know. Let me find map.map to see where I didn't put a key. Okay, here we didn't put a key, so we need to make sure we put a key here. Key, we can just put anything that is unique. So let's put item.title or ID. If we do have one, we do have an ID. So we put the key. Hopefully that error should go away. I do not know why it's still there. Okay, it's gone now. So now we can navigate to these pages. So the only page that is left is the incomplete page. Let me go to the global. I'm going to copy the incomplete. Incomplete. We are just going to do the same thing. Destructuring from the global state context. And we are going to render the tasks component, and then this is what we have safe. So this should be, yep, incomplete, important. Okay, so this is completed. The important tasks, all of the tasks, do it now. All right, so I think one of the issue, actually we're going to fix that issue later on. The item that I create first, I want it to be at the bottom. The latest item, I want it to be at the beginning. So we need to do some sorting of the items. We're going to do that when we create our model. But I think that's pretty much it for the pages. So now we need to sort out this button here. When we click, okay, so we want to be able to show the user button. Okay, so we're going to do a bit of a hack. Let me close everything here. Sidebar. So we're just going to go for the sidebar. We're going to do a bit of a hack to do this. Sidebar styled. Okay. So we have the profile overlay. I want to add a user button after this image dot user. I'm gonna say btn. Okay, so this user button, I am going to import user button from Clerk. All right, so it should be imported by now. So yeah, user button, and let's see. So when I click, we're going to be able to see your account, and you can sign out. You can change your avatar. Okay. So what are we going to do for the user button? We are going to set position to absolute, and then z index, I'm going to set that to 20, z20, and then top, I'm going to set that to 0, and then width, I'm going to set that to full, 100%, and then height, I'm going to set that to full as well. All right. So when I inspect, you should be able to see this button here. Okay, so we need to style this button more in the styles. So because we're going to do more styles. Okay, so now let's scroll down and then we have to find somewhere to style it. All right, so I'm just thinking the image. I'm just looking at the reference, how I did the image. Okay, so let me inspect here. So the class name, okay, so yeah, the one that we want, we need to select this CL root box. Okay, so in the profile, I am going to select CL. Let's make it sure it's user button like this, just to encapsulate this in the user button. Let's take it out of the profile and put it separately like this, so to make it cleaner. So user button, and then we target the root box, and then we're going to set the width 100%, height 100%. So it should be covering root box. Okay, so as you can see, it's covering the entire width and height. All right, so and then I'm going to target the user button box. Oops, copy this class name, CL user button box. Don't copy the locked class, copy the ones which are not locked. And then we go down, and then we're going to give width and height 100% as well. Okay, and then I'm going to target the button trigger, and then I'm going to set the width 100%, height, and then opacity, I'm going to set that to 0. Okay, opacity to 0. So as you can see, it's not there anymore, but when I click, it shows. Okay, when I click, it shows the profile. All right, it nicely, so it's like invisible, but when I click, it shows the information about the profile. Okay, you can manage this account, you can sign out, you can delete the account, it's up to you. Okay, so it's invisible, as you can see now, but we want to get rid of I'm not sure if there's an outline, but we can get rid of the outline if there is one, but I don't see it. So if you see it, you can just get rid of the outline on active hover, but I don't see the outline. Now, what I want to do, I want to do the image, okay, to make it dynamic. So what I'm going to do now, image, I'm going to get the image from the user object. So we're going to const user equal to use user object, and then we're going to get the user. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to destructure some let's see what the user object is again. So I think we've done this before, but let's see. Let's go console. So there's the object, the user here. There it is. It has some properties that we want, so we can destructure this here. So this is the user. So it has the properties that we want. So we want the name, we want first name and last name, and also the image URL. Okay, so let's get those properties. So we're going to say const first name, last name equal to user, like that. All right, and what we can do like that. And we also need the image URL, like that. We need that property, and it's going to be an empty string if we don't have it. And yeah, we just need to put those properties. So instead of doing this, we're just going to put the image URL like that. Okay, so there's an issue here. We need to set in the config. Where's the config? Next config. Okay, so in the next config, we need to set where our images are coming from. We need to put the link. So next config, images, the domain. So we want to set the domains for our images. Domains, we're gonna do localhost, and then we are going to do output clerk, this one. Okay, and then I'm going to save. All right, so let's refresh this. Okay, I think we need to refresh this, restart the project. Okay, so restart the project, npm run dev, and you just need to reload. Actually, you should okay, so it should be working now. It's on 3000 now. It's no longer on 3001. It's taking a while to compile. But okay, let's do something else while it's compiling. The other thing that we want is the name. So the name, as you can see, the name is still not the correct name that we want. So for that, that's why we've extracted first and last name of the user. Okay, so here I'm going to get rid of this. I am going to do first name, and last name. Okay, first name and last name, actually, it's going to be there. First name, last name, like that. And then seems like we've been signed out. Okay, let's continue with Google because we're on a new port. Invalid source prop. Okay, so host name, this one, copy this, go to the next config, and put this in the domain, and let's save. All right, so we have first and last name. We need to capitalize this. So class name, capitalize. So this will be coming from Tailwind CSS, by the way. So capitalize. So we want the first character of the first name to be capitalized, and then the first character of last name to be also capitalized. So now let's refresh this. It's taking its time to compile. All right, so now the image is there now. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. But what I'm going to do, I am going to change this image. You can do manage account, and then you can, change the image if you want to. So here, you can do upload image. You can drag the file. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to open my public folder, and then I'm going to drag that avatar, continue, and then now we should have the image. We can click, and then we can sign out from here. We can manage the account. We can also sign out from here. So the only thing that is left now is to click here and create a new task, or we can also add a button here to create a new task up here. You're going to see how we can do that later on. But for now, that's pretty much it. We just need to work on creating a task. Okay, so now let's start by updating this completed. Okay, so what we're going to do, let's open up this route. So we had a put method, there it is. So here we are going to update only one field. So let's get the ID of the signed in user from auth. And the other thing that we want is the property that we want to change. So in this case, it's going to be the is completed. It's going to be the only property that we're going to be changing. We also need the ID of the item we're changing the property. Okay, and then we're just going to await request.json like that. So now let's just check if we don't have the user, and then we're going to return unauthorized like that. And the other thing that we want is this should be in the try. It's the wrong place. In the try like that. And after that, let's create a task that we want to update. Await prisma.task.update, and then here we just update that task. Okay, so in here we're just going to say where ID, that's the task we're going to update, and then is completed. We're just setting that to this property here. Okay, so it's completed property. We set it to that property like that. Okay, or we can just do this like this. Okay, because it's the same name. All right. So we are updating an item with this ID. We're updating the is completed property with whatever property that we're setting from the front end. All right, and then we're just going to return. We don't need the console, by the way. We just return the response. Okay, so let's save. And that's our method for updating. So that's pretty much it. Why do I have a delete here? Okay, get rid of this. Okay, so here we have put, get, and post. So here we have the delete in the ID. We could have done the editing in this here, but it's fine, we can do here. So now what we need to do is send whatever. So when we click here, we want to update this item here. So let's go to task item. So in the task item, that's where we want to, do the function for that. Okay, so actually let's do it in the global provider. And then we do the function and then we get it through our state. So wait a minute. So all tasks, I'm going to collapse this. Collapse. And then here I'm going to say const update task. So here we're going to send in the ID as well as the property of the task that we want to update. In this case, I'll just do an object here. So I'll just do task. So this task will be just an object which contains the ID, and it also contains the property that we want to change. And then we're going to do try catch, and then we're going to do const res equal to await, and then it's going to be axios.put. But this is the wrong endpoint, so we're just going to go into tasks, API/tasks, and then task. Okay. So now let's do a success. We need to also call refetch the data here, and also let's do a toast, not root but toast success task updated, like this, and then we refetch the data. And then here we are just going to COG the error and show an error, something went wrong when updating the task. Okay, and that's it for update. So now we just need to send in the data from the task item. So when we click the task item, we just need to send in that data. All right, so task item. Okay, so here we are. We're going to do on click, and then we're going to do a callback function. Okay, so now we do have a callback function. So we also want to change the status of this clicked. Okay, so here, when we're updating, what properties do we want to update? So we're sending an object, and then in the backend, we are getting that property. All right, so in this case, we're going to do const task. It's going to be an object. So what we mainly need in this object is the task ID as well as the is completed. Okay, so here I'm going to do ID and then is completed. Okay, and then we are going to set it to not whatever the opposite of whatever it was. Okay, and then we're going to call the update task like this, but we need to get that from here. Update task like this, and then let's save. So hopefully we are going to be able to update the task. So let's try to click this. We have an error. So update task is not a function. Update task. Okay, so it depends what button we click. So we click the completed. So this is completed. Okay. So let's copy this and also put it here on the incomplete. Okay, so the incomplete is basically the same thing here. So let's save. And let's click this. Okay, we still have an issue. Update task is not a function. So let's go back. Update task. Okay, so let's COG here. Update, and also make sure the spelling is correct when you are importing. And make sure you save also the file as well. Okay, update. That was the wrong spelling. Update task, so click. Okay, as you can see, it's changing now. Okay, so it's working as expected. So now what we want is to create a task. So for that, we are going to create a model. So in this global, I'm going to create a model. You can, if you want to make this model dynamic, you can sort of const. I want to do open model. So you can put a key here to check to see what key it is. Okay. So I'm going to say const model, and then set model like that. And then we have a key, so we can put a key like if the model is equal to this key, and then, you know, we can open that model and stuff depending on what model. Okay, so if it's like this, right, we can be like if model equal to whatever key, and then, you know, we can do open the model. Okay, in this case I'm just going to have this property without a key. So set model equal to true, and then close model equal to false. So this is going to affect all of the models, but you can add a key here if you don't want to affect all of the models we have. But we're not going to have multiple models, so that's why I'm doing it here. It's fine. And then we're going to have model open close. Okay, so this is the state of the model. So currently it's false initially. When we click, we're going to set it to true when we click this function here, and then false when we close the model. So now remember, we have the model in the models. We have the models. So this create, we want to kind of show this when we click this button here in the tasks. So if you go to tasks, so there should be create task. Okay, so we want to go to tasks, and then we have create tasks. Here we're going to do on click, and then we're just going to do open model like that, and then make sure you get it from the state, global state, and then save. Okay, so when you click, it's going to open the model. Okay, so now let's style this model. I'm gonna close the root. We just need to style the model for now. Okay, so actually I'll create the model, the actual model first. Model.tsx is a functional component. Use client. It's a client component, not functional. It's going to be a functional functional export here. Should be Modal. Okay, so we have a functional component here. So what we need to do now in this Modal is just, we need like an overlay. So I'm going to say dot Modal overlay, like that. All right, and then when we click this overlay, on click, we're going to close the Modal. So here we need to get that const. We need close Modal like this from global state. All right, and we need to get rid of the consoles, by the way. And now we have this. We need to put the content of the Modal. So the Modal is going to be dynamic. Okay, so we're going to create an interface here. Interface props, and then content should be react.node, like that. And we destructure here, and then we have the content. Okay, so whenever we render the Modal, we're going to put the content here. So let's try to render this Modal. So let's go to tasks, and then here we're going to render the Modal. So if Modal equal to true, so we're saying Modal equal to true, and then we're going to render the Modal. Modal. So this the spelling is incorrect. But the content that we want is the create content. Okay. So hopefully when I click this, as you can see now, it's showing the content for creating. Okay, but we cannot close this as well because we haven't started this. Now let me rename this Modal. It should be Modal. All right, so that should do it. Yes. Okay, so now let's start by styling. What should we start with? Let's start with the Modal itself. So Modal const Modal styled equal to style.div. So make sure you import styled from styled components. You copy this, replace Modal styled, like that. So now what we need to do, I'm just going to set position to fixed because it's going to be always at the top. Position fixed, and then top 0, left 0, width. I'm going to give it 100%. Height, I'm going to give it 100 VH, and then a Z index. And then I'm going to do display, flex, and then I'm going to center everything. Justify content and align items to center. Okay, so it's going to be at the center, like that. We have an issue because tasks, Modal. Where is the issue with the import? Okay, now it's working. So there it is. Okay, so now we need to style. We need to style the Modal overlay. Modal overlay. Okay, so for the overlay, I'm just going to give it a dark background color and a position of absolute width and height to 100%. Okay, like that. So refresh. Okay, so when I click, it opens the overlay, but this the content, we want it to be on top. Okay, so we need to give it a Z index that is higher. Okay, so I'm going to select .modal content. Okay, model content, and then I'm going to give it a padding, z index, and a width. You can set this to max width, and then width you set it to 100%, like that. And when I click, nothing happens yet, but because we don't have this class here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'll copy this. Oops, copy, and then I'll do like that. Content, and then we paste. So when I click, there it is. Okay, nice. Let's keep going with the styles. Let's go to the tasks. Okay, to the create content. Actually, let's style this. So in the create content, we want to style that. So we should have const create content styled. So this should be a form. It's a form. So make sure you import styled from start components, copy, replace. So now we're just going to style this. Let's start with the background. So let's get the theme. Okay, so handle submit. We need the theme. Const theme equal to use global state, and then we pass that as a property here as a prop. Okay, and then we're going to have access to that in the styles. All right, now let's start with the h1. I'm going to font size. I'm going to clamp. Okay, 1 rem. I think I'll do 1 rem. The maximum is going to be 1.6, and then I'll do actually let's do 1.2 like that. All right, and font weight, I'm gonna set that to 600, and then I am going to give this a box shadow, a background color, and a border radius. Okay, so let's refresh. So we do have a box shadow. Okay, so now what we want is to target the input control. Input control. I'm just going to set position to relative and the font weight, and then I'm going to target the input. Text area. I'm going to give width of 100% and give no border of none. And then I'm going to say resize to none, and I'm going to give it a background color and a color like that. So let's see. So there it is. But we haven't actually set the background color for this whole thing. But let's keep going. Actually, what I will do, I'll copy this. Let's go to the global CSS. Text area, button. Let's set border to none, outline to none, like that. I think this will do it. Okay, so yeah, we don't have any more outlines and borders anymore. Okay, so now let's continue with the styles. Okay, so now I am going to target the label. Okay, so we have the label. We should probably start with the label. For the label, I'm going to give it margin bottom and a font size. We're just going to clamp that, and then I'll tag the span within, and then I'm going to give it a color of gray number 3. Okay, so let's save. All right, so looks pretty good. So the thing that we want to do for now is set. We need to set the background color. Okay, so I'm just wondering, like, where we could set the background color, but I think we should set it in the modal content, which modal content. Where's the modal content? Modal. We need to import theme. Okay, so make sure we import theme from global state like that, and then we pass it as a prop. So we shouldn't have that issue. Let's inspect to see why it's not showing the background color. Okay, so oops, get rid of the mobile view. Modal content. Okay, so modal content doesn't show the background. Modal content. Okay, so we haven't actually set the background, so let's give it a border radius. Border radius to 1 rem. And then we're going to give it a background color to color BG2. Like that. Okay, okay, so the shadow is on the input itself, but we need to give bring the shadow here. Okay, so what we can do is go to the create content, box shadow, and remove this. Actually copy this and go to the content. By the way, if you want, you can remove the content altogether. Oops. Where's the model? Oh, there it is. So you can remove this model content. You can put these styles on the form directly if you want to. All right. Yeah, I'll do this. And there it is. Now we just need to give this border radiuses and stuff. So let's go to the input control. Tasks. We should be create content. So input control, we need to style more. Okay, so let's see what we need to do first. So first off, we need to give it border radius, and let's see what color. Okay, input border radius, border radius. Let's do 1 rem. It should work. Oh, border set to none here. I think 1 rem is too much. Let's do 0.5. Okay, let's see how it looks. So it looks alright. 0.5 looks okay. You can, put whatever you want here. The other thing I think that I might want to do is reduce this margin bottom. I think I'll put it to 0.8. Okay, so it should be, yeah, a bit lower. I think we have good spacing. The other thing that we need to style is the button. Okay, but first off, let me check what styles I've used for that button. So if you remember this button component here, so we need to render the button component. Button component type submit. Okay, and then we need to give this an icon. This should be a self-closing. Okay, and then we have the name should be create task, and then we're going to have icon. The icon, so the icon we're using here, let's do plus, and make sure you import this plus icon. Okay, and I'm just going to paste in the rest of the properties. Okay, so we have padding, border radius, font weight, font size, like that. So when I click, the button is set to green, but it has a lot of padding. And also, I want to give it a color. Color, what did I... So we have... The padding is too big. Let's do 0.8. And then 2 RAM. Okay, I think let's do flex end end. Can't remember the property. I think justify end. Okay, so I want it to be here at the right here. Okay, the color, I don't think we have a prop for this one. So let's go to the button and do a color. Okay, let's add the color. Color here, and then we're going to do color. All right. So wait. Color, let's do gray 0 by default. Let's see. Color. Let's check it out. From the console. Okay, so I'm not really fond of this color. Let's try color. Background. Let's do color green. Should be light. Okay, I'll get rid of this prop. Color. Wait a minute. Let me check the green light. Let's go to the themes. Light here. Green light. There's something wrong with this variable here. But let's try this purple color. I should copy the variable name. color primary. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, I think this is, but it doesn't match our theme though. Okay, let me check this one for a minute. We want something that is close to our theme, so let me look for a button. I'll inspect here. I'll copy this color here. By the way, this website is not yet responsive. Okay, so I'll copy this color here. I like it. All right, I think this is reasonable. And the icon. So we need to target the submit button. Submit btn, select that. Collapse. And then we go and style that separately. Okay, and then I'm going to target the button, submit button, btn button. And then I'm going to give an icon color. Okay, I think that works. When I hover, let's try to set the background color. Primary green dark. We need to override that with the important. Why is it not working? So let's see why. Inspect. It should be just background, not background color. All right, so hopefully it should work. Okay, we need to do important. Still not working. Background RGB. Color primary dark. Okay, we didn't have that variable, so that's why we had an issue. And the color should be color white. Color white. I don't know if it's showing, but the colors are quite similar. Okay, this is now white. Okay, I think this would do. Let's do a transition. This should be 0.3. Okay, so now let's refresh. Okay, so now we can hover. I don't know about this white color though. You can try to find whatever color that you want. All right, and I think there are other things that we need to do is to do this date. Okay, we need to start this, date icon. Okay, so let's inspect here. Okay, so we need to give this a class. The radio buttons, we need to give them a class. Okay, so completed. I'm going to give them a class of toggler. Completed. As well as this one. Oh, this one is a class of toggler as well. So down here, I'm going to target those. I want to do display flex and align items to center. Okay, and there it is. I'm just going to do justify content. Justify content. Now let's do space between. Okay. Wait. Not the label. I want to do the toggle completed. Okay. Flex shrink. We need to shrink. Flex shrink. Is it 0? Actually, it's grow. Flex grow should be 0, right? And this one should be flex 1. Flex 1. Margin bottom, there's an issue with margin bottom. Margin RAM here. Okay, and yeah, there it is. I think it's too big. Toggler label flex. We're gonna do flex 1 like that. So we want this label to fill the entire width. Okay, and this one flex grow 0. Some reason I think we need to give it a width. Nothing happens. Let's try this. Nothing happens. Okay, so we need to remove the width here. Label, and it should be input in the toggler, and then we need to remove the width. Let's set it to initial, like that. Okay, so now if we click this one, it should toggle. And then we just need to set the cursor to pointer. Okay, so we're able to toggle. For some reason the cursor pointer is not working. But fear not, let's go. We need to keep going. We need to style the date. Okay, so for the date, I'm just thinking we need to go to the global CSS. So in the global CSS, I'm going to target the input, and then type equal to date. I'm going to style the indicator. Okay, so type WebKit calendar indicator, picker indicator, and then filter. I'm just going to invert the color. The color is black, so I'm going to invert it to 1, which is going to set it to white. Okay, it's going to be the opposite of that. So we're going to do font size. I'm going to make it bigger. I'm going to do 1.5 rem, and I'm going to set the cursor to pointer. So it should be a bit bigger now. So when I click, we can select the date. Okay, we can toggle. So we also need to do checkbox as well. Input. We need to do checkbox type equal to checkbox. Okay. I'm not sure if this is how we style the checkbox. Okay, so let me CSS checkbox. Okay, so let's see how we can style this checkbox. Is there a better one? Okay, container. Okay, I get it. So this one is going to take us a while. So we have to do a lot of positioning and stuff. You can do this in your own spare time. I don't have time to create a custom checkbox. Okay, so we are just going to use the default one. But I think I'll do this off camera, and then I'll just push the changes on the final version that I'm going to upload on GitHub. But now we just need to, now we're able to add stuff. Hello. Okay, so now we can toggle completed. So when I create task, it should create, but it's not refreshing. So we need to manually refresh the page for us to see that. Okay, so I'm going to delete. So we need to refetch the data every time that we create a new task, and as well as we might need to close. Actually, I think you might want to close this, right? When you create a new task, or you want to keep it open, it's up to you. But me, I'm just going to close it. So it's up to you what you want to. You can do what you want. So create content. So we have the submit button. Submit. What function are we calling here? Okay, so for us, we need to go into the submit. And the submit, so somewhere here, we need to get our tasks. Tasks. Okay, so here we are going to do this, or tasks. We can do this first, or we can do this after. Okay, so we are just calling our tasks, and you might want to close the model if you want. When the task is successful, you can close the model. Okay, and I'm just going to say close model like that, and make sure you get close model. Here, close model. I'm also going to do one final check here. So I'll take this. I'm gonna say if not data If not, response.data.error. That's when I want to do this. Okay, so I'm gonna save test data hello, and then I'll put a date to it, and then I'm gonna toggle make important, and then I'm going to say completed, and then create task. Okay, but the close modal did not work. Let's see why. Okay, so our tasks is not a function. Or tasks. Okay, because we are not sending that through. Okay, we need to send all tasks like this. So now I think we should be able to do it. Hello, 2. Just add something random and create new task. There it is. So it's working. So we can delete this. So next we just need to work on making sure the new task is at the top. Okay, so this is going to be the final part. So we're going to look at media queries, and also I want the newly created data to be at the top. Okay, so when we create something, it's going at the bottom. So I'm just going to add something random, and then when I create, it's down here. So we want the newly created one to be at the top. So what we're going to do, we're going to be sorting the data based on the created date. Okay, so we're just going to check what date it was created. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let's go to the global. I'm going to close everything here. Let's open the global context only. So let's go to all tasks. Okay, so for all tasks, let's sort the data before we put the data in the state. Okay, so what we're going to do, let's cog response.data. We need to get rid of the consoles, actually. Always forget. So if we go in the console, we need to refresh this. So there's a created at date here, so we need to sort. Okay, so let's say const sorted. So we're going to return a new array equal to not response to, we can do response.data, and then we're going to sort. So it's going to take 2 values, so A and B. Okay, so to sort these, we just need to subtract A and B. Okay, so we're going to return. So we're going to return new date. Okay, so it's going to be new, and then it's going to be a date, and then because the date it's in this format, we want to convert it to the proper format that we want. So new date, and then we're going to say b dot created at like this. Okay, and then dot get time like this, subtract a dot created at dot get time. Okay, so let's see cog a b. Okay, actually let's console log remove this sorted. Let's refresh. So we should be able to see sorted here. Okay, so the newly created array will be at the beginning. Okay, and I'm going to put the sorted data as our tasks, okay, in the state. So the data in the state is going to be sorted based on the created at date, okay? So the newly created will be at the top. Okay, so if you want to get the opposite effect, you don't need to do anything. But if you want to get the opposite effect using the sort, you can just do A minus B. Okay, like this. Okay, so sometimes I always get confused with this one as well. So sometimes I start with A minus B and then I realize I need to switch it around. So B minus A, like that. So the newly created data now, let's delete some of these. So the newly created data, hello, world, and then I just add something random. I'll mark this as important, and then I'm going to create. There it is, hello world. So when I go to important, you're going to see it. It's at the top as well. And then completed, same thing, do it now. Okay, so here we're getting the ones which are not completed. So if you mark it as complete, it's change the status. It will be in the completed, okay? And then all of the tasks will be showing here. So now what we need to do, we need to do the media queries. Okay, so for the media queries, I'm going to inspect. So at small size, which is, let's say, 750 pixels. At 750 pixels, I am going to reduce this padding to 1 rem. Okay, so 1 rem. I think I should do the same for this one in between. Okay, let me check how that would look like. Gap, let's do 1 rem. Okay, yeah, so gap 1 rem. I think that makes sense. So at 750, we are going to let's see what component we need to do this one. So the parent of sidebar. So let's go to layout. Actually, I think it's the global style provider. So we have the children in here. Okay, grid. Gap. Okay, padding here. So at media screen, we're gonna do end max width. So for our max width, it's going to be the small screen, and media screen, it should be inside like this. Okay, I need to put my phone on silent. Okay, so max width like this. Padding, I'm going to set that to 1 rem and gap 1 rem. Okay, so now, as you can see now, it's set to 1 rem like that. And the other thing that we want, maybe you can add a transition, maybe. Transition. Let's see how that looks like. Okay, so there's a bit of a transition, so it doesn't snap. Okay, so now what we need to do, I am going to fix this nav. Okay, so copy the nav, copy these styles, and go to the nav sidebar. So I'm going to look for the sidebar. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to paste the media. I'm going to say position fixed. All right, so there it is. I'm going to give it a height. Should be 100%, like that. minus, actually let's do a calc, minus 1 rem for the, that padding, like that. It should be 2 rem, I think. Yep, like that. And let's give it a z index 100 or 10. Okay, so then it will be at the top now. So we want it to be translated off screen, but let's add a button here first. Okay, let's name it. We need to name it dot toggle nav. Okay, so toggle nav. Let's make it a button actually. You can make it a div if you want. I think I can't remember the icon name, so I need to go to the utils and check. Well, edit. Can't remember what I've named the icon. I think it's bars. We have like 3 bars. That's not a good name. Okay, so there it is. I'm going to copy this class. Copy. I'll just put it here above the media query. Position absolute. Position absolute. Right. We're going to set it to minus 3 rem. And then top, let's set it to 10 rem. Actually, let's do 5 rem. And then let's give it a padding of, let's do 1 rem for now. And then border, top right radius, let's do 1 rem. And border, bottom right radius, let's do 1 rem. And we need to give it a background color. It should be color BG2. I believe this should be the padding, should be 0.5. Actually, no, the border radius 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem. Okay, we probably want to animate. Okay, so font awesome. I don't know why I was looking at this picture Wednesday. Oh, one of my friends was looking for a costume for Halloween, so I was looking to see the character she was looking for. Font awesome. Oops. Okay, so we need to look for the home. Actually, menu. That's the one we want. Oh, it's called bars actually. Let's do bit. All right. I'll copy this with the animation, and let's go to the icons and replace class name. Okay, and we need arrow. So it should be, let's click free, arrow left. Where's the left arrow? There it is. And let's make the animation, it should be, yep, same. Let's edit here. So by the way, you can do the icons in a way that you prefer, but I prefer this way. Arrow left. class name, and then let's go. So we need to conditionally render. So let's go to the global state. We need to create a new state to see if the sidebar is collapsed or not. So I'm going to say const collapsed. Okay. And I'm going to send the collapsed here. Collapsed. Okay. So I'm going to check if it's collapsed. Wait, sidebar. Okay, so we need to get the collapsed here. Collapsed. Okay, so collapsed. Okay, so here. So collapsed. So if it's collapsed, we are going to show the bars. Or if it's not collapsed, we are going to show left arrow. So make sure you arrow left. So make sure you import like this, okay, from the icons. Perfect. So we should have the animated arrow here because it's not collapsed. Okay, so I think I might want to increase the padding, that border radius to 1, and border right, border right, border top, and border bottom, like that. Okay, so let's reposition this. Right, -3 rem. Let's do minus 30 pixels. All right, so I think minus 73 pixels is good. Right, 73 pixels. And this one should be padding top and bottom. Let's do 0.6 rem and 1 rem, like that. Doesn't look good. Let's do 0.8. 0.8. Doesn't look good either. Let's do on both sides. And then we'd need to adjust this. Okay, I think this will do. So minus 66 pixels. And top, let's do 2 rem. Okay, 1.8. So you kind of find the balance of what you like. Okay, so now when I click, I want to collapse. Okay, so let's go to the global. I'm gonna say const collapse menu, like that. All right, so collapse menu. We're just going to, we did set the collapse menu to the opposite of what the state is. So by default, it's false. So when you click, it's gonna go true or false, depending on the state. Okay, so now let's just go and run this function here. collapse menu is going to be true when we click. So let's get the collapse menu. On click, we want to run the collapse menu. Okay, so now let's see if it's changing the icon. Okay, as you can see, the icon is changing based on the collapse. Okay, and we'd want to make it go away. So let's put the collapsed as a prop equal to collapsed. All right, so we're getting an issue here because we're using TypeScript, so we need to say theme. I'm gonna set it to any. Let's not worry about theme. Let's just set the collapse to Boolean because it's TypeScript. That's why we're getting that warning. So we set it to Boolean. So we want to check if it's collapsed. So collapsed. I'm gonna say transform. Okay, and we're going to translate X. Okay, but actually we need to check first props dot collapsed, and then we're going to set it to -100. If collapse is equal to true, we're going to translate X -100%, else 0 to the normal position. And then I'm going to do a transition. So the transition I'm going to use is going to be a cubic Bezier again, or Bezier. I don't know how to pronounce it. So the one we used, it's in the layout. So if you go to the layout, if you remember here, I want to use this animation here. I'm going to do a transition like this. All right, so let's see when I click. Okay, so there it is. It's going away. I think it should be, let's inspect. I want it to be off screen. Let's do nav. So it's -100. Okay, so I want to leave space like this, I think. Yeah, like this. So it should be out of the screen. So it should be -107%. Okay. -107. I think I'm going to also increase the padding. Top and bottom, left and right. I'll just do 1.9 rem, like that. Okay, looks quite pretty good. We just need to retweak this. Why does it padding? All right, so I think -69 works fine. 69. All right, so the nav, we can collapse it. Okay, I think that's the effect we're looking for. So let's see how it looks on mobile. So let's do iPhone 12. So what we can do also is we can reduce the font size. I'm looking for iPhone 12 Pro. Okay, so this font size, if it's too big for you, we can reduce it. So, all right, you can also center this around. So yeah, it looks pretty good on smaller screens. You can reduce this picture size as well. Okay, so I think, oh, I forgot to do something. So collapsed is set to true. Okay, so I need to check something. I want the collapse to only do on mobile. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to do media query. Media query. Sidebar. I'll copy this. I'll cut. It should be at the top here. Position fixed. I'm going to cut this. Toggle nav. I'm going to say display to none. All right, so I don't want this. And then here, display to block. It should be the toggle nav that I want to set the display to block, like that. And then we save. So there should be, okay, it's still not showing. Toggle nav. Display none. Oh, we need to put the media query. Oh wait, we are in the media. So the screen size, toggle nav. Weird. Okay, so the media query doesn't show there. Let's do important. Let's see. Okay, there it is. Okay, so it's collapsed. All right, so like that. All right, so now I can collapse this when I make the screen bigger. Okay. So when you're going down like this, and then it's just gonna hide. All right. Perfect. So the media queries is pretty much done. I think the only thing that we can work on is the font size. You can copy this media screen size here. We can go body. Global. At media. Like that. Because we're not, we cannot nest. Body. Can reduce the whole thing to 15 pixels, I think. Okay, or you can do font size, I think 50%. Let's see how this looks. I think it's too small. All right, you can work around this font size here depending on what component you want to change the font size on. All right, I think I'll just keep the font size that we have, even for smaller screens. I think it's fine. It's fine to me. So it depends what you want. Okay, so now the only thing that we have, I'm gonna sign out. Let's start these pages here. So we're just going to do that inline. So sign up. We're going to do it inline. So we're gonna say class name, flex, item center, justify center. So we want to center this. So we are in sign up. So let's see sign up. Okay, so we want to give the height to full, edge, full. Okay, so it should be centered here. There it is. And we want to do the same thing for sign in. And we should just center this. So it's just basically display flex, align center, we height full to 100%, and align items and justify content center. Okay, and that's it. We can disable these components, by the way. You can style this however you want, if you want to. So for example, if you want to remove this, you can just inspect this and look for a class. So this is the class name. By the way, you cannot select the locked class, so make sure you always select the one which is not locked. You copy that, and then you style that based on the class that is not locked. So if I want to disable this, I can just select the class and then set display to none or whatever. You can style this whatever you want. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it. Let me try to log in back again. So sign in. So because I already have an account, I'll go to the sign in page, and then we're going to continue with Google. And voila, we are in the application now. So if you want to make any more tweaks, you can do what you want. If you want to make a request, you can send me an email. I'm sure you've seen my email already. This is my email. You can send me an email. You can request any video. Or if you want to see anything in the future, you can let me know in the comment section. And yeah, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you on the next one.